And we're live. Hello, and if there's anybody there, welcome. I'm not sure that there actually is at the moment. I'm showing a Frucci, but that doesn't necessarily mean that he's actually there, just that he's in my chat. Anyway, if you are there, Frucci, hello. I thought I would do a bit of a stream this evening, simply on the basis that I haven't done for a while. Various circumstances, not the least of which is the fact that I'm moving and everything is in chaos here, have prevented me from streaming of late. And indeed, even now, my boiler's packed in, so I've got no heating. So I'm sitting here hoping not to freeze to death while I stream. But I wanted to do something since I'm not doing anything else for for Christmas Eve. I thought I may as well spend it online. If I'm going to be sitting here playing a game, I may as well do it online. So I'm all set. I've got a pot of tea ready. I've got some peach snaps to start the evening as I mean to go on. And I've got Broken Sword Shadow of the Templars Director's Cut. Now, I played Broken Sword way back when it first came out, but I didn't get past the goat, to be honest. So I don't know quite where it goes after that point. And also, I do know that this version, they've given it a new intro. It used to start with George, now it starts with Nico before that point. So that'll all be new to me. That'll be interesting to see. And we'll see where it goes. I settled on this partly because I don't know when I'm streaming again, so I didn't want to actually start a game that I was scheduled to stream. And this one's been on my backlog waiting for me to look at it again for this version. So why not? So, without further ado, we'll ignore the continue button. That was just when I started a game to check it was working earlier on, and we'll go new game and get the intro for it.
Paris, city of love, romance, and dreams. So they say. I used to say it too, but ever since that day, the day of the murder, I've always associated my beloved Paris with death.
Apparently my timing sucks. Seems like Night Lights has just gone online.
I was at home having a bath when my editor called.
Collard, get your ass over to the Palais Royal now. You got an interview. With Pierre Carchon. Yes, the Pierre Carchon. No photos, so leave your gear at home. He asked for you personally. Don't ask me why. Anyhow, this could be big, so if he makes a pass, don't forget. Just smile, say yes, and keep taking notes.
So charming and so very apt. Pierre Carchon was a media king, a national hero, and one of the most infamous adulterers in Europe. He and his wife Imelda were just one step down from royalty. Whoa, I hate mimes, but unless you humor them, they don't go well.
Damn mime.
Here I was, the palace of the Media King and the Ice Queen. I pressed the doorbell and set in motion a chain of events which would change my life forever.
Yes? What is it?
Madame, my name is Nico Collard. I'm here to see Monsieur Carchon.
Come up, we're on the first floor.
Madame Carchon, it's a pleasure to meet you.
They've done a nice
Yes,
job of
I'm
placing the
sure.
graphics.
The Ice Queen was certainly living up to her reputation.
It still
Will you
looks
be
like
staying for the interview?
broken sword.
Mademoiselle, I know little of my husband's business affairs, and I care even less. I certainly have no intention of watching him pore over yet another pretty little journalist.
Pretty. You're too kind, madame.
The talented and very beautiful Mademoiselle Collard. Such a pleasure to meet you at last.
Monsieur Carchon.
Who will be
I am
wearing that
honored.
outfit for
Oh,
the
I'm
whole
sure
of the
you
game?
are.
Call me Pierre, please. But I do not flatter you idly. I was a friend of your father. He was a great man.
My father. He never mentioned.
He and I were very close. And then his death. So tragic. I must... Imelda, your damned cat's in my study again. Another Ming vase, I suppose. Excuse me for one moment, my dear
Well, this
girl.
rings a vague bell. I think we got this in reported
You journalists are
speech
getting younger each
in
year.
the original game.
Perhaps it's the rest of the world getting older, madame. That was no cat.
God, what? Monsieur Carchon!
Yep, never did like that mime. What a git. And no gentleman punching out a lady like
He's
that.
dead. I must call the police. You'd better stay here.
There was a man. It was the mime. Do you think he...
Well, I believe we can rule out suicide, don't you?
No wonder they called her the Ice Queen. She would have been top of my list of suspects if I hadn't seen the attacker myself. And if I hadn't come across a couple of murders just like this already. One of the most important men in Europe murdered.
Bum, bum.
And here was I, Nico Coulard, alone at the scene of the crime. Should I wait for the cops? Or start my own investigation?
Yes.
It was a no-brainer.
No, it was a point and click, which is close enough. Okay, blah 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 blah. Instructions. Not going to sit here and read through them now. So we've got icons down the bottom. You can't see the one over here, but it's only the options anyway, hiding behind the little fishy logo. So let's take a look at the body.
Mimes and guns don't usually go together, but I had an idea that this was no ordinary
I
mime.
disagree with
I'd
that.
come
I
across
think
this
mimes
murderer
and guns
before
go together
and
very
written
well.
about
I always
him.
get an urge to shoot any
The
mime
costume
does.
killer. At least that's what I'd called him.
So anything I can investigate.
I closed his eyes. It was the least I could do for the poor fellow.
There are bound to be clues.
It was one of my hair clips. My favorite, in fact. It must have fallen when I was knocked down.
Fell in an odd place if it did. Anything else? Only I can do
Some
something
people
there.
hate searching
yes, I
corpses
can
for
open the
clues.
jacket.
Me, I'm okay with it. Reminds me of an old boyfriend. Carchon had been shot.
We know. Apparently he's got a cheesy What's-It in his jacket, which is a clue.
In
Let's
his
look
pocket,
at that.
I found a ticket stamped Bateau de la Conciergerie. Taking the ticket meant I tampered with the evidence. There was no going back now.
Are we sure that's a ticket? Because to me that still looked like a cheesy What's-It. So have a look at my inventory. There we go. I've got... I wonder if I should have used the hair clip to pick up the ticket and thus not get fingerprints on it. But never mind, I've got it now. Is there anything I can do with the hair clip? Not really, that I can think of.
Carchon had been
Sorry about
shot.
that. That would appear to be it for there. Can I put his jacket back? No? Kind of want to put his jacket back. Apparently not. Oh, it does it automatically. Right, what else is worth investigating in this place? Apparently...
A bust of Pierre Cauchon, humble servant of La France.
And I'm getting messages. Why am I getting messages?
A small round piece of glass had been cut out of the pane. This was a professional job.
Let's see what else we have to see before we investigate the balcony.
The bookcase was filled with obscure first editions. Pierre Cauchon again. His eyes seemed to follow me around the room.
Self-absorbed fellow, isn't he? Nope, don't wish to go out there yet. Okay, I suppose we'll check the assassin's means of entrance. Whoa.
The killer must have used a ladder to reach the window. He was long gone.
No,
Guess he folded that ladder up, popped it in his pocket and took it with him.
There's a very climbable looking piece of modern art to the side there. Why would he need a ladder?
The police could turn up at any minute. Somewhere there were clues to the murder, and I needed to find them.
What's that for starters?
No.
No, okay, right. So I can't use the haircut.
I reckoned
as if it
that
was
cloth
tweezers.
might just turn out to be useful.
Apparently we cannot for such petty things as fingerprints in this game.
Even my fingernail wouldn't fit into such a small hole.
Ah, but willing to bet that that
Aha! Nico,
a lightsaber.
you are just so damn good at this stuff.
Why does he own a lightsaber?
Instead of comforting Imelda, I was ransacking her flat. Why? Because there was something going on here, and I had to get answers before the cops arrived. And hey, she'd been rude to me, so she had it coming.
Plus, this is a point and click. You take everything. What did I actually just take? Do I even know what it is?
A key. Maybe a safe
Oh, it's a key. Okay. Nothing else here, I don't think. So back we go. Let's look at the painting.
Imelda had talent, but I certainly wasn't going to tell her that. It was a tube of acrylic paint. French ultramarine. Just the colour I was after for my bathroom.
I'm sorry, I have to go. Someone is...
Young
Somebody's
lady,
stealing my
what
paint.
are you doing? Oh, this paint. It's my favourite colour.
For God's sake, keep the damn stuff.
Okay. Actually, I should probably look at her first, but no, never mind, I've clicked now.
Excuse me, madame.
Yes?
Right, so, topics we can talk about, presumably. That would be...
I am so sorry for
Hubby?
your loss, madame.
No, you're not. You're a journalist. Journalists don't feel sorry.
Not true.
We shall see.
How did your husband know my father?
Oh, that's her
I
father.
have no idea.
You didn't know him? Thierry Collard?
Pierre knew a lot of people I didn't know, most of them women.
What do
Why
you know about
would
the
a
mime?
mime want to kill your husband?
Pierre had plenty of enemies. Half the husbands in Paris for a start.
Why did your husband send for me? What did he want to discuss?
I have no idea. His business was his business.
He never told you anything.
No, and frankly, I preferred it that way. This is quite a scoop for you. I suppose you're already inventing the headlines.
Just because I am a journalist.
Don't patronize me. You're all cut from the same cloth. Do you have any moral sense at all?
I thought the headline "Miserable Bitch Widowed" might work.
Yes, that's why I do this job.
You do it to see your name in print.
I like
As
the
if my
halo
editor
or
gets the
horns
byline, I just
for the
do the
options
work.
as to how
Well,
to
don't
respond.
expect
That's
my
nice.
sympathy.
The police will be here soon, madame. Is there anybody you would like me to contact? Family, friends?
No, I have no family. Pierre and I were... He was all I had, really. Not much, was it? The dutiful wife. That was my role. He never talked, never let me in.
I know one thing, madame.
What?
If you want to find out who killed your husband, then you let me do the job, not the police.
Why? How do I know I can trust you?
Listen very carefully. I will say this only once.
Your husband invited me here today because he needed me. I think he knew somebody
says that to a
wanted
lot
to
of
kill
women.
him, and he knew I could help.
I doubt it was your database he was after.
You're wrong.
That's a new word for it.
I was onto his killers already. I am sure of it. Please, you owe it to him.
I don't know.
All I need is a few more minutes to look around before the police come.
You really do have a moral sense, don't you? I trust so few people. And perhaps Pierre really did think that you could help. Of course it wouldn't have stopped him seducing you too. Here, take this. It's the key to the drawing room next to the library at the end of the hall. It was Pierre's room. I rarely went in there. I couldn't. I was too scared of what I might find.
Thank you. I promise you won't regret this.
Okay, so that's what has gone before.
It was the way out. A beautiful, expensive, antique way out,
Thought
but
that
the
was
way out nevertheless.
So, where was the door that I now have a key to? Presumably that one.
A fine Baroque door.
Or was that
It
the one
would
I
look
just came
great
out
in
of?
my apartment. The door was locked.
Yep, but I have a key. I've just been given a key. Yay, bingo.
Now we were getting
I
somewhere.
can do this door business. Doors aren't complicated enough to fool me. Right, okay, so the great man's office or study.
The painting showed the Cachons together, in love. As the poet said, the past is a different country. Or did I read that in a fortune cookie? There was the very faintest of clicks.
Safe behind there? Yeah.
Behind the
safe.
picture was a safe. The safe looked pretty secure.
I think even if this is the safe key, which it might be... Oh no, I was expecting to need a combination as well. What have
There
we
was
got
a
here?
strange stone cylinder in the safe. In the safe was some kind of artifact. There were strange symbols on its surface. It looked like the printer's blocks I'd made at art school. If there
It
was
was
one
just
thing I'd
crying
learned
out to
about
be
symbols,
pinched.
they are always important. But these symbols scratched into stone were impossible to read. I needed to find a way of printing them. At least the stone was round. But what could I use for ink? And
If
what
only
could
I
I print
had
on?
some
Sure,
blue
I was
paint
stealing,
from
but I knew
somewhere.
Imelda didn't know about the artifact, and Carchon was past carrying.
Right, okay, so far so good. So I need something to print on.
The sofa was antique. For one horrible moment, I had an image of a naked Carchon wriggling around on it with a young journalist. Oh. This wasn't the time for me to lie on this sofa doing my Marie Antoinette
Okay,
impression.
I was hoping you might
Though it
search
is very
it, but-
popular at parties, especially with gay guys. Don't ask me why.
I always did like the sense of humour in this game. What have we got over here at the desk?
As expected, the desk was yet another priceless antique. Yawn. The blotter and ink tray had clearly been placed with mathematical precision.
So we've got a blotter and an ink tray, and we've got paint and a what's it? So all we really need now
My
is
heart skipped a beat. It was a carved elephant. But not just any carved elephant. It had been made by my father. I knew for certain because in my apartment I had its exact twin, carved into a box he had made. So Carchon
Interesting.
had known my father. They really must have been friends. I decided to take the
We'll have
carved
that.
elephant. It clearly meant nothing to Imelda. The inn tray, like everything else in this place, was beautiful. One day I was going to have an inn tray like that, even if I had to sell my apartment to pay for it. It was a sheet of blotting paper in a leather holder. Its cracked surface looked ancient, reminded me of its owner.
I wonder if I can get it out. Okay, let's try. Yep, so far so good.
I'd spread blue paint over the bottom of the tray. It was ruined. I was a very bad girl, but also quite a clever one.
My favourite kind.
I rolled the artifact in the paint until it was completely coated.
Yeah, then apparently I put it back in my pocket, which is not the smartest plan I ever had.
Genius! The roller and the paint worked just as I planned. But what did it say?
Can I now
It
take
was some
paper?
kind of coded message. It read,
Subjudice.
Subjudice. I may not have learned a lot as a journalist, but that was a term I knew well. It means a legal
Yes.
case that is before the courts. Below it was a sequence of letters that made no sense. I suddenly realized there was a connection between the boat ticket and the coded message. The boat ticket was stamped Bateau de la Conciergerie. The conciergerie on the Ile de la Cité, by the river, housed the ancient law courts.
Okay,
So,
yeah.
subjudice could, in this case, mean literally under the law courts, below the conciergerie. I was
Looks
pretty
like
sure
we're
I'd found
going
what
to
I
the
could here.
conciergerie.
And besides, all this opulence was making me pine for my regular life of poverty. This was a huge story. It was also one heck of a puzzle with a lot of pieces missing. But I was going to crack it. And if I could just remember the name of that fancy prize you get for being an ace journalist, I was definitely going to win it this time. It was a back door. Locked. Not surprising, really.
Don't suppose the key that I've got would open it, but we'll try.
It didn't work,
Nope,
but I
didn't
guess
think
it
so.
would have been surprising if it had.
It's roughly what I said. Alright, Nico, I think you've probably done everything here. What's that?
Even the light switch looked impressive. I didn't need the lights on. It was light enough already.
Okay, if you say so. Yeah, that's just the things I've already looked at. That's why I nicked her. What did I nick from there?
The cloth was embroidered with an unusual symbol.
Yeah, the same symbol as on...
Rolling
There.
out the painted cylinder had given me a print of a secret message. It read, Subjudice. Below it was a sequence of letters.
That matches the cloth almost exactly. in fact.
SDSS. The cloth was embroidered with an unusual
That
symbol.
definitely matches. I wonder if I was supposed to have used the cloth when rolling, but it let me do it anyway.
Even the telephone was antique. Never trust anyone who owns a phone like that.
Did you find anything useful?
This carving, do you know anything about it?
It was Pierre's. What does the statue have to do with...
Please, I need to know.
He was given it by a friend. Something to do with Africa.
He never explained any more.
No. But I think it was important to him. Always on display. Why?
It was carved by my father.
Oh, I see. I didn't know.
Imelda, I will do everything I can to find the killer.
Thank you, my dear.
And if the police ask,
Don't worry. You were never here.
sub judice was the key. I was going to have to find a way under the conciergerie. I decided to head straight for the quayside on the Ile de la Cité. If there was a way of getting under the conciergerie, it would have to be from there.
There's a fly in my room. That's annoying.
Canchon wasn't the type for messing about on the river. He was
Didn't
up
knock
to
about on
something
getting his hair,
down
did they?
here. Something that got him killed. This fence was a permanent fixture. This fence was a permanent fixture.
And I'm assuming that if I try and do something with it, the answer will be nothing happens. It's a permanent fixture.
The fence wouldn't move.
Hello, Pippin.
Yes, greetings. Those damned cats.
Aha. This looks more like it might open. Oh, I could be wrong.
I tried pushing the fence, but it wouldn't move. A strange pair of locks stopped the latches from releasing the gate.
Wacko! Oh look, it's that same symbol again. Move the rectangular blocks so the latch can slide all the way across, so releasing the gate to open. Blocks move. Okay, I hate these kind of puzzles. So, right, let's see, shall we? Move a block, click on it, drag it horizontally or vertically along the appropriate axis. Okay. Let me see that helping. Okay. Buckle down, people. This may take a while. I am fundamentally bad at these kinds of puzzles. Oh, what the hell? There's very little I can do at the moment, isn't there? Ah, I can do that, but does it help me? No, of course it doesn't help me. Not unless I can shift that one as well. And that means I'm going to have to do that. Now it might help me. No, that's no good. Okay, well, we're getting somewhere. Maybe. Is that it?
Yes.
Yes,
One
that was it.
down,
Okay,
one
brilliant.
to go.
And the other one. So, this time there seems to be far less to actually do. No, stay down, please. need to shift that so that I can bring that down, but how does one... Ah, hang on. Nope, that still won't do it. Still have not found a way to shift that, which is going to be an issue. I'll move. Yeah, those will move once I move the lock. Okay, that's important then to know. Still can't figure this one out. That probably needs to come across, but I don't see how. As you may have noticed already, pattern recognition is not one of my strong suits. These things do not work well for me. Nor does getting too close to my microphone when it has cat hair on it. So I need to shift them. In order to shift them, I need to shift that. But I can't shift that. I can move that one, I suppose. That lets me do that. Does that help me? Ooh, how did I suddenly come back out? I must have somehow managed to click on the back. That's weird. Actually, can I move that up? Not so long as that's there. I hate these puzzles. I really hate these puzzles. Still not helping me, is it? Okay, right, well, I've made a mess. So... pretty certain it isn't going to just open up it's going to actually have to move around the bar. That seems fairly obvious to me, but the right combination to do that is currently proving elusive. So that bar there is a pain in the arse. No, that doesn't help me in the slightest. I'm sure, Baru, that the cat appreciates... sorry, the chat appreciates your sprinkling. Could have been the cat, he was here a moment ago. I'm taking that one down or that one up. There's no point taking that one up, because with those in the way, I can't move that across. So that's meaningless. Still need to shift that one, and that means that that needs to be out of the way. And for that, that needs to be out of the way. And for that, that needs to be out of the way. I can't get that one clear. It's going very, very badly, Baru. I am very poor at these sorts of puzzles. It's why I enjoy laughing at Linda when she's doing them, because I know that I'm useless at them, so I take pleasure in ridiculing somebody else's appalling efforts, thus masking my own. I'm something of an instinctual puzzle solver. I either see the answer or I don't, and if I don't, I'm very bad at working it through. It's always been a problem with the way my brain works.
Groovy.
Thank you, Nightbites, for that host. Okay, let me just think this. I think I'm going to go back and reset the puzzle. Start again from the beginning. Okay, so that was where we started. And this is my big problem. This block here. That's the one that I really need to get out of the way. And the only way I can get it out of the way is to move that one. The only way I can move that one is to move those. And the only way I can move those is, of course, to move that. So, that'll get me one of them out of the way. But I need both in order to be able to shift that. So that's not really very helpful. Because even if I shift... Hang on, I'm sure I found a way to do that earlier. That's not really going to help me. Yeah, that needs to come down, because if it goes up even without that in the way, it's still going to be blocking it, isn't it? Because there's only 3 spaces there, and it's a 3-space long puzzle piece. Hello, Mechiador. The vertical ones indeed only
Welcome
go vertically,
aboard,
and the
Mechiador.
horizontal ones only go horizontally. So
Blacken my eye, set fire to my tie.
causes me a problem. And hello, Fuji. Everybody's turned up just in time to watch me utterly failing to get through a simple puzzle lock. Perfect. Couldn't turn up when I was actually doing things, could you? Investigating successfully. Oh no. No. You have to turn up when I'm making a fool of myself, failing to get through this. I overthink everything, Baru. Got to be a way that gets me to the point where I can move that. That's the thing that I need to do. Yeah, Laz does that, Megiddo. Yeah, the vertical ones only move vertically and the horizontal ones only move horizontally. So I can't drag that sideways, for example, which would have been useful to me if I could. And so long as that's in the way, I also can't slide it up. And until I can slide it up, I can't slide that across. And then I can't slide that down, which is what I'm really going for at the moment. That doesn't really help me because I've still got that in the way. That obviously doesn't help me at all. If I do that, thus moving that out of the way, that still blocks. Which was my point about it being 3 spaces and there only being 2 spaces above the latch. So I still need to get that out of the way. And to get that out of the way, I need to get that out of the way. And that's a problem at the moment. Let's go back and start it again. No, I did have the beard very briefly on stream before, but I realised, as it is now still, that the grey parts of my beard are invisible on webcam, with the result that it looks like a very strange beard. It's not actually, it's a full proper sort of, I don't know, would it be a goatee, whatever that is. But these bits here that look invisible, they're actually just grey, because I'm old. I know it's not hard when you know the answer. It's just my brain is failing to show me the answer. Yeah, I'm not good on the twirling moustache thing. I can't really grow a proper twirly moustache. Okay, I'm not proud. Solve it, Badu. Now waiting for Twitch to catch up with me. I should probably be in chat in Discord in case anybody wants to pop in. I will pop into the generic game stream chat just in case. have no idea what you just said, Mikito. Left bottom down. 3 block horizontal to the left, like that. This delay is a killer for puzzles, isn't it? Top 3 block to the left. Yeah, Badu definitely has a knack for these things. We figured that out on Sherlock Holmes. Switch itself to the middle. That looks like the middle. Evening, Nightbites. Welcome to Fishy is incompetent, please save him from puzzle locks, the stream. Two top left, both moving down, so these come down to there. Which logically must follow that that goes across, because there's no other reason I can see to move them down. Yeah. And that kind of suggests that that would move up, but we'll wait and see whether that is the instruction. Which indeed it was. Oh yeah, I wasn't sure whether the chat was coming up on screen, but it is, isn't it? Yeah. Bottom 2 block up till it hits the switch, so that would be that one. which rather implies that as the next move. No, not necessarily. Bottom right golden one to the left once, so yes. Top left 3 block to the right, so that one. It's not just me. The problem is, this block, the whole thing hinges on this block being right at the bottom. And to get that, this block needs to move all the way to the left. Those are the only two important moves at the end of the day. And the only way that that can move far enough, for that to come far enough down, is for this to be out of the way. And that move is completely baffling me. That's the one I can't figure. I'll get that up out of the way. I mean, maybe... No, because that's not going to work. Hang on, I'm going to reset it again. Oops, sorry, I've already reset it. Logically, this has got to come across to the right. Sorry, Barry. Don't know if that actually does any good. Probably not. I can get one of them there. Kind of, almost. I do believe we're getting somewhere.
Nothing like a good convent education for honing your lockpicking skills.
Okay, well, not the easiest thing in the world, but we got there in the end. Probably was the easiest thing in the world, it's just my brain couldn't see it for most of the run.
For a room full of junk, that was one very sophisticated lock system. This place was definitely fishy, in more ways than one.
Well, that's who just got in.
The skiff hadn't been touched for years. I've got an exercise bike just like that.
Yeah, that's the way it works. Maggie. I either see it or I don't. I'm very bad at reasoning things through.
A rough hole was cut into the pillar. So, a stone door. There had to be a mechanism to open it.
Yeah, something to do with the hole. So what needs to go in the hole? I wonder if I have something that would go in the hole. Maybe the strange artifact from before.
Mystery solved. Carchon's stone cylinder slotted into the hole with a satisfying
Bit
click.
I can do.
The words sinister and Dexter were carved on either side. Now
left
any
and
good
right, I know
convent
that
girl
much.
like me knows the old Roman for left, right. But what did it mean here?
That is a very good question. It's a combination lock by the looks of it. Button.
A satisfying click told me I turned it to the right position. It felt like tumblers in a safe.
Okay.
Another click. Another step closer.
Kind of implies I don't have to solve this one, that she'll do it for me, so long as I just keep going left, right.
I made a mistake. The lock reset.
Nope. Okay, so that wasn't right. Ah, duh. There we go.
Rolling
So,
out the painted cylinder
the
had given me a
combination
print of a
then
secret message. It read,
is currently hiding behind my
Subjudice.
inventory.
Below it was
Sinister,
a sequence
Dexter,
of
Sinister,
letters.
Sinister, Dexter, Sinister, Sinister.
SDSS, DSS.
So, SDSSDSS, wasn't it? Okay, so, S,
A satisfying click.
D,
Another.
S, S again. That was it, DSS?
I love the
Okay.
sound of locks clicking open.
You're a strange, strange man, Mickey. So, just out of interest, who here is familiar with the Broken
The
Sword
cross
games?
looked familiar. I'd seen it before. It
in
was
particular with
embroidered
this
on
one,
the
the
lace
first Shadow of
cloth
the
I
Templar.
picked up at
Because none of
Carchon's
this is in the
apartment.
original
I
version of the
knew
game.
I was on the right
This
track.
is all new, and thus I haven't got a clue what I'm doing. Can I do something with the cross?
Oh
Yes,
my
I can
God!
trap myself
the
in a room.
slab came
Brilliant.
down
Well
with
done,
a hell
Nico.
of a force. The cross looked familiar. I'd seen it before.
Yeah, as I said in Discord, I've slightly stolen,
With nothing to hold it up, the cross dropped back down
slightly
again.
stolen
If I
Drut's
was
thunder
going
on
to
this
get a
one,
closer
because
look at the panel, I'd
I've
have
never
to find
finished
a way of
Broken
keeping the
Sword, but
cross
I've
up.
watched Drut play right through it, 1 and 2. I know she's played past that, but I didn't see her do it. But this is the director's cut of the first Broken Sword game, and where the original game starts with the introduction of the main male character, George, when his cafe is blown up in Paris. This has gone back and filled us in on what Nico is doing before the two of them meet in those opening scenes. So all of this is new material that they added
The
for the
panel
director's
was
cut.
firmly closed.
Yeah, okay, so I'm going to need to do something to hold that up so that I can get at that panel, it would seem. The original broken
Lifting the
sword
cross
is actually, to
closed
give
the
you an idea of
entrance door.
how
And also opened
How
some
old the game
kind of
is.
stone panel.
it's actually available on Android, and they just
Ingenious.
used all the original assets. Because it was still a bit low quality, even for an Android smartphone then. Why can't I look at it without moving? I didn't press it, I just wanted to look at it. What have I got that might be useful here? I've got a heffalump. I wonder if I can... No, hang on. Let's try lifting it first. And then see if we can wedge it up with a heffalump. No, apparently not. No heffalumps. No, can't use a heffalump. I somehow don't think that the hairpin's going
This
to do
wouldn't
it.
hold the cross up.
Yeah.
But I was on the right track. I needed to use something sturdier.
Yeah, something that I don't currently own, I suspect. I wonder if I can get a bit of that skiff. Break a bit of wood off.
Oops.
And what have we got there?
An old shell case. I wondered what
shell
that was
case.
doing there.
Okay, so it's not what I was originally thinking, but it'll do the job. So, back to the cross. I did consider just carrying on with a game that I'm already playing, but my
The
thought
stone
was that
cross
I'm less likely to get
propped up.
stuck on this one.
Now
than
I
on
was getting
Memoria.
somewhere.
Apparently, I'm wrong in thinking that. Because now they've got
A
puzzle
round
locks that I
slot
don't remember from the
precisely
original game.
carved into the stonework.
I haven't got anything to go into a round slot now, have I? Because I got rid of the... or rather, I didn't get rid of, but I left behind the thing that opened the door. Because it's plugged in on the outside. So, anything else in here that looks interesting?
A door made out of stone. They normally are.
Thank you, Nico. Your observational skills are underwhelming. So, somewhere down the line, I've got to do something with that slot, obviously. So, two-step lock.
I touched the slot. Nothing bad happened, which was good. I've always been attached to my fingers. This slot was designed for something specific.
But
what?
Thing on the top right of that box of things next to the boxy-looking thing with a cross. I assume you mean that, which is actually a safe key. But when I found the safe key earlier in the game, my first reaction was, oh look, he owns a lightsaber. I don't think it's going to be right for this, but we can try it. No, I didn't think so. So whatever I'm looking for, I apparently don't have it. Looking for clues. Okay, the stone cylinder operated a mechanism which opened a door to the hidden chamber. So far, so good. Found a shell case. But I don't still know how to open that. I refuse to believe that it's designed to stick an elephant in it. No, didn't think so. Hang on. Give me my shell casing back. I want to go back
I removed
outside.
the shell case.
What's the hot spot at the bottom of the door?
Ut lex vel ut next sumito. To the law or unto death, submit. I guess these people didn't believe in liberté, égalité, or fraternity. Yes, I'll admit it. I was a swot at school. I also wore lipstick and the nuns never knew.
Okay, anything further that I might be able to do out here?
It was almost as if the fence was intended to double as a bridge.
I wonder if I can get the stone thing back without the door closing, because that's ideal. Oh, hello, Gigas Monkey. I mean, that's the obvious thing, is that it's that, but my assumption was that I couldn't retrieve it.
I removed the stone
I can retrieve
cylinder.
it! Oh, well, in that case, that makes life much easier. So, now, back to the two-step lock. So, shell casing will hold open that, which reveals the slot into which I place the cylinder again.
The artifact slotted into the hole perfectly. Behind the old walls, I could hear some kind of mechanism groaning into life, but whatever had been triggered had now jammed.
Great, because I needed that. That would appear to be where it was supposed to be opening.
The gap was too thin for me to get a grip. I needed something thin enough to prise the door open.
Well, nothing that I've got here is going to do for prising open doors. Which annoyingly means presumably that I'm going to have to unlock this lock again.
No way
look
would I
for
be able
something
to force the
outside.
door open.
Give me back my stone thing, please. Give me back my shell casing for now.
I removed the shell case.
And we'll go back out. And we'll quickly pour a cup of tea. Right. Let's have another look at the skiff. Maybe a bit of wood.
Moving a skiff would only damage it more.
Yeah, I want to damage it more. I want a bit of wood from it. Not going to give me a bit of wood from it, though, are you? I don't think I'm going to be able to get anything.
I really
off
didn't
there.
want to pull the fence back up and risk trapping myself in this place.
No, you have no sense of adventure, Nico.
I wasn't leaving yet. I had a hunch there was more to find.
Yes, of course there is, but to find it, I need a crowbar or something.
It was the old boathouse for the conciergerie. If I was right about the meaning of subjudice, then the answer had to lie somewhere here on the quayside.
I think I'm on the wrong track now.
An old boyfriend of mine owned a barge once. Dampest relationship I ever had. In every way. I wasn't
Not gonna
leaving
leave,
yet.
no. So whatever I need to lever that up with has got to actually be inside here, hasn't it?
The cross looked familiar. I'd seen it before.
Can't see that it's something I've already got. The idea of levering open a door with a bit of cloth or a safe key does not work for me. If I have to use a hairpin to lever open a door, I'm just going to scream, because that's silly. Unless I can use the elephant, because I'm determined I'm going to use that heffalump for something. No idea what, but I'm going to use it for something. Okay, reading chat, I am now resisting the temptation to time out Badu just for the hell of it. But I won't do that, because it's Christmas. Speaking of which, I'm very disappointed in you all. It's Christmas Eve, for God's sake. If you really none of you got anything better to do than watch me fail at a video game. Okay, so I need to lever this up somehow, and I don't know how. Well, it makes no sense, but we'll try the elephant. No. I'm glad to see that makes no sense. Fair enough, Barry. I cannot think of anything. No, there's got to be something I've not found. Ah, fair enough. It is a big deal in the UK, but my family's all in Australia at the moment. We used to do a big family Christmas, which we would do on Christmas Eve, because that way my mother didn't have to cook Christmas Day. So we'd have, I think at most we must have had about 20 people here, for around the table for dinner, and it was generally an entertaining time of year. But me on my own, sod all to do really. Gotta be a way
The
to get
gap
this
was
up.
too thin for me to get a grip. I needed something thin enough to prise the door open.
Yep, New Year's Eve is a big deal here as well. Basically, the Brits will take any opportunity to drink large quantities of alcohol. So, Christmas Day consists mostly of sitting in front of the television drinking a lot. And New Year's Eve consists of just drinking a lot under some circumstances. Generally, as I say, the Brits will drink under pretty much any circumstance available to them. Okay, what have I got? I've got a key. I've got a hairpin. I've got a ticket. I've got a bit of cloth. A safe key. An elephant. No, none of these seem right. Can't see any way to use any of these to lever that up. So let's use the good old-fashioned first try everything. No matter how little sense it makes. I already tried that one, didn't I? That strangely doesn't give me an error. It just doesn't do anything. Unless I was just in the wrong place.
I was going to need something a lot stronger than a
No, I
hair
was
clip
just in
to
the
free
wrong
the
place,
door.
but it's still the wrong thing. It's got to be something out there, hasn't it? Because there's... Unless we're talking pixel perfect location to find something, there's nothing left in here.
I removed the shell case.
See, my instinct says get a bit of wood off the skiff or a bit of iron off the gate. But
It was
the
almost
game
as if
apparently
the fence
disagrees
was
with me.
intended to double as a bridge.
Looking for hotspots. Sorry about the night bites impressions. I'm honestly not sure whether my allergies are playing me up or whether I've actually picked up a cold. It should be perfect timing for me to develop a
I'd
cold
wreck
on
the
Christmas
skiff.
Eve.
Not that it was particularly seaworthy anyway. Moving the skiff would only damage it more.
Yes, I want to damage it more, you stupid woman.
It was almost as if the fence was intended to double as a bridge.
So... Can't seem to find anything out here that will do it. But again, maybe there is something to click on. Well, you hear about computer viruses all the time, don't you, Nightbites? So it's entirely possible. Okay, I only tried one
The
of them on
fence
the way in.
wouldn't move.
Maybe I can pull a bit off the other fence. Nope.
This fence wouldn't move either.
And greetings, Mr. Insanities. Welcome aboard. I'm just wandering around looking for something that I can use to wreck a stone door, and there's no convenient pickaxe hanging around. Oh dear. That's a problem, Nightbites. I've got to be missing something, but I can't see what I'm missing.
Hail to the king, baby.
Ah,
Is something
hello.
up?
I'm just going to say Phil. And thank you
Yes,
for
greetings.
the follow.
Night bites.
That's not at all what I said, Lazarus. You're getting confused again. Oh, well, that's good to hear. It is a fantastic game. I've never played this version of it, though. So, hang on, I'll just wait for the inappropriate sting to finish. Right, that's better. Now the inappropriate music being played for a completely different person has finished. Welcome aboard. Glad to see you here. As you can see, this is my first session of playing this.
Yes, welcome aboard.
Yeah, shut up, Lazarus. I played
No
the
way.
original version of the game. Didn't get that far through it, to be honest. I got as far as, was it Ireland, where the goat was, and I got stuck there. So I thought, let's give the director's cut a go. And I'm intrigued by this entirely new bit. And I'm still trying to figure out a way to get this open.
I quite like cats.
The slab
you know.
was too heavy for me to lift.
There's got to be something that I'm missing that I can use.
Ut lex vel ut nex
Okay, we read that already.
sumito. To the law or unto death submit.
Can't do anything with that. This is slightly baffling me. I'm just hoping that I haven't missed something in an earlier scene that I need in this one, because that would be particularly frustrating. Is the hammer not working? The hammer is not working. Why is the hammer command not working? That's a bit weird. I know why the hammer command isn't working. It's entirely my fault. It's because I forgot to run Lazo Avatar. There's no bot running in chat. That's why the hammer command isn't working. Sorry, Barrow. Tell you what, though, this is a fairly low intensity game. I should be able to just run it on Lazarus. Normally I run it on a separate computer. So let's just get the bot up and running. It's basically my own rampant stupidity, which is what causes most of the problems on this stream, it must be said. And not wishing to diminish your achievement there, Auroris, but what did that actually get you? I mean, what benefit do you get from running it on a VPS? Well done for doing it, but why?
Moving the skiff would only damage it more.
I still want to use the elephant for something. Determined to use the elephant for something. Anybody got any thoughts as to what the heck I can lever this thing up with once I've unlocked it? Because I'm stuck here. I deliberately went with this game because I thought it was less likely to leave me stuck than the Daedalic game that I was playing otherwise, Memoria, because I tend to get stuck for hours on end in those ones based on my experience with Chains of Satanav. Okay, fair enough. I suppose it also frees you from the problem of being an idiot and forgetting to turn your bot on before you stream. I'll give you that one. This is so not going well for me. Should have just played Elite Dangerous and been done with it. I could have played that for hours. There's a limited number of things to interact with, so I've got to be misinteracting with something. Alright. Let's unlock the door again. probably still need something, but so we know that goes there. Is that, by any chance, Badu, a response to the quote there? Unless I'm much mistaken, that is a quote from me playing Le Havre with Dratcup. Can't see what else that would be in context from, and the timing's about right because it's May, which is just after I got back with it from Salute this year. Can I do things with other things? Can I combine items? Somehow.
No.
Right, I can, but I need to know what to combine, obviously. To Gigas Monkey. No, I don't have the game played in the quote message. It's just a quote. So, what might I be able to combine here to do any good? Still want to combine the
no.
elephant with something. I still want to do something with the
no.
elephant. Anything with the elephant.
No. No. No.
Yeah, this is getting me nowhere, is it? Yeah, what about the hairpin? The hairpin doesn't work. I will demonstrate that the hairpin does not work.
I was going to need something a lot stronger than a hair clip to free the door.
There we go. Lacking the ability to put runes of strength on my hair clip and enchant it to a level where it will open the door, I need something better. And I've got absolutely no idea what. Can I retrieve me stone thing? Maybe I can use that a third time. If this works, I'm just going to accuse the developers of sloppiness. Yeah, good, it didn't work. Because if that had opened the third door in a row, then I would definitely have been unimpressed.
No. No. No.
Damn it. I am somewhat befuddled. Honestly thought it'd take me longer into the game than this before I got completely stumped, and that's twice in quick succession. So either my brain is really not functioning today, or this game's harder than I thought it was. Probably the former. I think I may just have to cheat. What do I need to do? I know what I need to do. I need to lever the damn thing up. Can you give me another hint? Something flat and rigid. I need to flatten something that I have, do I? Right, okay. Right. I tried the elephant, Gigas Monkey. I'm determined to use that elephant on something. Maybe I can use the elephant to flatten something. That's metal. Can I flatten it with an elephant?
No.
No. Can I flatten it with a bear
No.
stone? No. You know how I can flatten something. I know exactly how I can flatten something. I need to take that back. Place whatever it is I want to flatten underneath this stone door.
I removed the shell case.
Right, let's try flattening that. May not be the right thing, but I should find out quick enough. No, it's not the right thing. So, what else have I got that's metal? I've got a key there that's metal, but I can't see how that's going to be any use. And the hairpin is already flat, so that's no good. I'm baffled. I can't use the shell case because then I can't open the door. The thing that looks like a condom wrapper is in fact a print of a secret code that I used to get in here in the first place. So the only thing I can see that's made of metal that I could flatten is the shell casing, but without the shell casing, I need the shell casing to flatten the shell casing. So that can't be it. I must be missing an item.
It was the beautiful elephant my father had
You don't
carved.
carve metal things. Can't be the elephant. No, see, it's not the elephant. Now, I must be missing an item. The only way this works is if I'm missing an item. I will double check by putting the last remaining metal item there to have it... Okay, now I'm confused. How in the name of hell am I supposed to do that? Okay, well... Now I've got a flat thing. The problem is
The stone
You know,
slab
you've
had flattened one end of the shell
got a
case.
point there. You know what? I think I've screwed this up. Think I've just realised what I should have done. Not 100% certain, but I think. So, let's find out whether I can, in fact, do this. I think what I should have done is... Can I still use the shell casing for this for now? Yes, I can. Good. Now, that obviously needs to go in there to release the lock on this door. And I think I was supposed to leave that there while then flattening the shell casing and using it to lever open this door somehow.
I removed the shell case. The cross didn't drop back down.
Yeah, because the
Some
mechanism
kind
over
of
here
mechanism was holding it up.
So I just never tried that before. So let's try that on there now. Right. I don't know if anybody here has spent a lot of time
Another
around
good use for a shell case.
bullet cases,
Another
bullet
secret
casings,
room.
shell casings.
Somebody
But
had
I'm
something
fairly
to
certain
hide.
that using them to lever something up
But
is
was it
bloody
what I was
difficult.
looking for?
Nevertheless, we did it. We're through. Let's go check.
Wow. Through the darkness, I could see that this was a stateroom. But for what purpose? And how did it tie in with Carchon?
Only this room's in a bit of a state. Wonder if there's a light switch. Could really do with a light switch. They're usually hidden next to doors, light switches, in my book. What's that?
Amazing.
A light
The
switch.
thing still worked. The room lit up bright as day. That wasn't going to help.
Well, what wasn't going to help? I was only trying to look at it.
Lady Justice stared out from a stone door, which was locked and reinforced with steel bands.
I figured it out. this is not a point-and-click adventure game, as I had previously thought. This is, in fact, Locked Door Simulator 2016.
The flags had faded, but their
It's
message
another one in
was
the
still
same
pretty
range
clear.
as Settlement Building Simulator.
Fascist regalia, a message of hate.
Okay.
I wasn't going to find anything in this old desk. It hadn't been used for years.
Well, then why make it a hotspot? I don't trust that. Where are you going? I clicked over
The
there.
flags had faded, but their message was still pretty clear.
Yes, their message was I clicked on the other side of the room.
Fascist regalia, a message of hate.
Uh-huh. A thing to look at. Let's look at the thing.
It was pretty clear from the lack of dust that someone had been working very recently at this desk.
And that's a picture of me.
Oh my
well,
God.
not me. Her.
The sheet was a printout with my personal information. Everything from my favorite food to my waist size. They were right about chocolate. But come on, guys. I'm a size 10. There was even a picture of me, taken with a telephoto lens. Carchon wouldn't have taken these pictures himself. This was big and organized. I was part of it. And people were getting murdered.
Yeah, there was a murder right at the beginning, in case anybody wasn't here for that.
This was the article I'd written about the costume killer. My suspicions were right. Carchon had cut it out. 2 businessmen had been killed. One in Italy, one in Japan. In each case, the killer had worn a costume. A penguin, and then a snowman. But that wasn't the only link between the 2 murders. Both the victims had been big media do-gooders, and I proved they were just the opposite. So, how did they fit in with Carchon? My articles about the costume killer. The dregs at the bottom of the mug hadn't dried out or gone moldy. It wasn't
recent,
more than
then.
a day old. My articles about the costume killer.
Anything else here that looks like it needs my attention? Don't think so. Right, so someone, presumably Carchon, has been mucking around in here following my investigation, or Nico's investigation, into the costume killer.
Inside the drawer, I found a note written in some kind of code.
It's all well and good, but we still haven't got George yet. Okay, let's look at the note. Yeah, that's... Oh, really? Okay. Note's been written using the substitution cipher. Yes, we know what a substitution cipher is. Correctly match the symbols to their corresponding letters. Highlight a symbol, then highlight the corresponding letter. Wacko! This is going to be fun! If you make a mistake, click go back to step back, or you can reset the whole puzzle by clicking the reset button. So, okay. Well, I'm going to take a wild stab that single letter on its own is probably going to be A. I mean, I could be wrong, but let's make that assumption, shall we? So what does that look like? Where's that symbol? That's that one, isn't it? So am I going A for that? Let's try that. Now, I'm trying to remember what little I know about code breaking, which is very little indeed. Common 2- and 3-letter words are usually a good place to start, aren't there? You know, words like of and the and so forth. Fairly confident with A though. So, a surprising number of 2-letter words that don't have A in them in this. Well, we've got that twice. And it could easily be, as you say, in or it, Dark Insanities. It could also, however, be on. It can't be an, because we already know a. So let's see what we get if we assume that it's going to be or two. Yeah, there are options. So do we have any other possible clues? Oh look, and we've got another 2-letter word down there, and another 2-letter word next to it. Ah, hang on. That one begins with the letter that one ends with. That, to me... Yeah, you see, you say T because the other one is likely to be 2, but on the other hand, it could be, say, on and no. So, no, still no guarantees on that. But I think definitely that seems to be a letter that we should maybe make a guess at. So let's try and guess N for it and see what that gives us. Anything that looks remotely useful. No, you get stuck if you get it wrong. Which is just a standard situation for me in games like this. I'm not happy, actually, with that. Is that 2 words, or is that 1 word? I think it's 2 words. Yeah, do you see there's at least one 3-letter word ending in double N that comes immediately to mind. As a D&D player, the word in immediately comes to my mind, but that's not, I'm sure, not the only one. And in works for there, obviously. In works for there. Any other places of that letter that might... Yeah, should we try and see? Where's that letter? It's that one, isn't it? That's a huge assumption, Dark Insanities. Huge assumption. I'm not happy with it at the moment, but we will see. Okay, we've got a 3-letter word beginning with an A there. My instinct goes straight to and for that. 3-letter word beginning with A. Commonly used in sentences. But if we are, then we're wrong with the N, because that would be an N. Now, if we're right at the moment, then yeah, as you say, that is almost certainly O. So I think for the moment we will try that and see what it gives us. But I don't know that I'm particularly happy with it. I suppose that could be R as well, couldn't it? Actually, the 3-letter word beginning with an A. So maybe we're still alright. In which case, let's try that as if it was ARE, shall we? Let's see what it gives us. So, R we reckon is that, and E we reckon is... Hang on, looking for the correct one. It's there. No, you see that that's not looking very right to me. It's also just occurred to me that I could, and this is me making life far too complicated for myself, and it's almost certainly not right, but I could be using entirely the wrong reasoning on this, because the letter could be written in French. But assuming that it's not written in French, second word, bottom line, Yeah, I mean, I don't think we are right. I think we are partly right, but I don't think we are right. I mean, if the E and the R are right, then it looks like we're starting with Pierre, which makes sense, because that word on its own is almost certainly going to be a name that this is... oh yeah, there you go. You just came up with the same conclusion as me. Given which... let's try... The problem with that is that means that our I is wrong. Because we've got something else as I that we think now that one in fact is I. Can I change that, or do I have to step all the way back? Because if I have to step all the way back, that's going to be really annoying. No, I don't have to step all the way back. So, the backwards looking E. Oh right, I see what the one you mean. Yeah, I was... I will admit, Mekiador, my brain went to Gare first, and then I thought, no, that makes no sense as the beginning of a letter. Unless, of course, we've done a crossover now, and the Four Horsemen are sending each other letters in French about the end of the world, and this is not the game I thought it was. So, Gigas Monkey reckons the backward-looking E is an S. So, assuming that by backwards-looking E you mean that one, let's take a look, see what it gives us. Well, it gives us ass, and I think it's unlikely that this word is going to have the word ass in it. But you never know. You see, we've got a lot of partially completed words here which don't make sense, so clearly elements of them are wrong. Second line, first word, yeah. Were you going to make a suggestion as to what it might be? All makes more sense, Mekiador. Let's try that as an L. I think we've definitely got some mistakes in this, haven't we? Haven't we? To be honest, the only letters that I'm confident about are P, I, E and R right now. Can I undo letters? So can I just not assign them to anything at all? Yes, I can. Right. We don't know this is the beginning of the game. How do we know the big bad's name now? Let's face it, that's going to be the big clue that this letter gives us. Is it going to give us an initial of who sent the letter? So... funky looking W, you reckon, is N. So, I'm not entirely sure which one you think is a funky looking W. Possibly that. Yeah. I have to agree with you there, make it up. Assuming all is right, that makes no sense at all. So let's take that out of the equation. I'm tempted to take out everything except the letters for Pierre, because I'm still not 100% on A. The only reason I'm going with A as being right at all is because I can't see what else a single letter on its own would be. Except I. That could be I and A, really, are the two options for that. But we know we think we're right with I. Yeah, I'm trying to remember the dead guy from the beginning. What was his Christian name? Was he a Pierre? Is this a letter to him from somebody? I think it is. Should have paid more attention. So assuming Pierre is right, then I think A has to be right, doesn't it? Word second from the bottom on the far left. There's I, and that's the funky W. Right, okay. So if that's your funky W, let's give that a try as in then. In which case, I'm reasonably certain that this word here says danger. So, let's go with that being D. And where is it? Looking for the right. Oh, that being G. Yeah, report would work on there. So that means we've got an O for that, and we have got a T for that. So that's probably WI, isn't it? Will report. But we've already got I, so that means our I may be wrong. But if our I is wrong, then in danger doesn't work. So that maybe it doesn't say will report. Given which, we'll remove the W. Acute angle with a circle is T. In which case, the T that we've got on here at the moment must be wrong. So hang on. Full report. Ah, yes, brilliant. Well done. Absolutely, that's an F. Okay, so let's just put that in, and then we'll put that in, if I can find it, and then we will put in the W. It's got to be a but, hasn't it? Okay, my brain's not seeing an NVIDIA symbol, Gigas Monkey. Maybe that's just because I can't remember what the NVIDIA symbol looks like. Okay, full report to follow. So I am going to say, therefore, logically, that we have identified our S there, and we have identified our H there. This is too urgent to wait. Arno and we haven't got those letters yet. Both dead. This is not a coincidence. So we've got our C easily enough. Apologies that I'm not looking at chat at the moment. Oh, and thank you for that host. Indeed, it seems. So that's got to be an M, hasn't it? That all of us who came together in wherever are in danger. So we've got a K nice and obviously in there. So we are definitely getting somewhere with this. And welcome aboard, new people.
Hail to the king, baby.
As I say, thank you for the host. Oh, and thank you indeed for the follow, Awkward Aardvark. So, now I've just got to get these last few letters done. Annoyingly, that doesn't appear in anywhere else. I really wanted that to appear in something else to give me a clue as to what it is. Right, so let me see. Dead people. One of them was Japanese, so that is going to be a Japanese name. What letters have we got left that will work for a Japanese name? Y would work. Yamada, possibly. Of the letters we've got left, it's the only one I can see being right. So let's just take that one. Yeah, you're right. Dark Insanities, that is completely deliberate, isn't it?
Hail to the king, baby.
So... and thank you for the follow glitch. So there we go. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 letters left and only 2 spaces that it could be. Yeah, July makes sense, doesn't it? So thank you for that. My brain was utterly failing to make sense of the common simple word July, which I really should have known. So at the end of the day, we've got a letter, a note. We understand what the note says, and we know that it is signed by somebody either Q, V, X, or Z. I think we can reasonably rule out... I don't know, maybe we can't. Z perhaps is the least likely. So, I don't know that I necessarily need to be getting this last letter right now. Hopefully, if I come out of this, and then come back and look at it again. Damn it! It does indeed go back to the start. That's really annoying. Quentin Tarantino. Okay, so I am very annoyed with the fact that I do indeed need to complete it to lock it in, apparently. So apologies for this. I shouldn't have taken that risk. But given that I had no way of knowing what that last letter, which of those that last letter was, I was kind of hoping that we would be able to just leave it and come back to it when I've got a clue, but apparently not. Fortunately, it's not that difficult a letter, so once we've figured out what it is, we can put everything back nice and simply by just reading along it. Follow the to follow. Where's my W is there. But thank you. Then this.
Hail to the king, baby.
Thank you, Mattel, for that follow. And I will say again, as I said earlier on, while I'm a little disappointed that none of you have anything better to do on Christmas Eve than watch me, I'm also glad to have you here. Be a lousy stream without you. And we want coincidence. And we want July. And we need to take great care. Right, okay. You reckon it's actually ending it with a kiss? Yeah, that's possible. If I get it wrong, if I just put anything in there, I wonder if that will lock it in. Just so that I don't have
I
to
have
read the
decrypted
entire
the
thing.
note. It read, Pierre, full report to follow. But this is too urgent to wait. Arno and Yamada both dead. This is not a coincidence. Indeed, it seems that all of us who came together in July are in danger. Take great care. X.
I do apologise, Dark Insanities.
I
I'll
wasn't the
endeavour
only
not
one to make the
be
connection
entertaining.
between the costume
That
killer
should help you.
murders. I'd been right all along. That was why he had asked to meet me. But what did I know that he didn't?
Well, yeah. So, we've made it into the stateroom. We've got the note. Nothing further coming into the journal at the moment. Let's see if there's anything else in here that we might need to take a poke at.
I wasn't going to find anything in this old desk. It hadn't
Looked
been
at that
used for
desk already.
years.
Okay, so over here...
Lady
we had
Justice
something that we
stared out
couldn't
from a
figure out how to
stone
open.
door, which was locked and reinforced with steel bands.
But there's a little hole there, which we presume is for a key. I wonder if it's the same key as the lock in his study, but apparently not. So... maybe I can pick it with a hairpin. Worth a try? No, I can't. Okay, fair enough. It might be that blasted cylinder again. The artifact.
Turning the lights
Why
off
did
wasn't
I turn
going
the
to
lights
help.
off? That was not what I wanted to do at all.
That was more sensible.
Right, okay. That's going to close the door, isn't it? Yeah. So it's not that. Okay. And back to the shell casing. And then the stone cylinder opens the door for us. Will it jam this time round? No, this time round it won't jam. That's nice to know. Let's get me shell casing back then.
I removed the shell case.
Okay, so it's gotta be
A door
a way
like
to
that
open this.
always has something important behind it. I had to find a way to unlock it.
Yes, I was just thinking exactly the same thing, my dear. But how? I assume there was nothing else in that drawer. Then again, I may have been assuming wrong.
Damn, don't you just hate it when that happens?
Greetings, Narcan.
The drawer had come out easily enough, but wouldn't fit back into place.
Probably because the key to that safe is hidden inside the space where it came out of. We can do this stuff. Yeah.
A photo,
Bingo. Oh no, it's a
long
photo.
lost,
Damn.
had fallen down the back of the drawer. It was very old, but there was no mistaking the guy in the foreground. Carchon. Behind him were soldiers, a burning village, and a corpse. The photograph
That's
was
just a
cropped
fairly
on the
standard
right-hand
holiday
side.
snap, then.
Somebody else in the picture obviously didn't want to be in it anymore. I wasn't surprised. This was Africa in the 60s. An uprising was being brutally suppressed. And here was Mr. Media himself, Carchon, doing the suppressing. The photograph was not just powerful evidence. It was also my ticket to one explosive story. I had
Hail to
enough
the
for a
king, baby.
story. An amazing
Thank you for
story
the
that
follow,
was going to
Narcan.
make my reputation and blow Carchon's to pieces. I needed to get home fast and start typing.
Okay, so we never did get the safe open, and she seems not to be interested in it anymore. That's odd.
Bonsoir, Collard.
Nico,
I was
Ronnie.
actually going
Hey,
to suggest
Ronnie,
exactly
you
that,
cracked
Dark
open the
Insanities,
champagne
but I
yet?
was waiting for
Are
her
you
to stop
crazy?
talking.
What's wrong? Wait a minute. You didn't print it, did you?
Of course I didn't.
She's
print.
talking, I'm going to get
That's
some
the
tea.
best piece I've written.
The last, as far as I'm concerned.
It's important.
It's suicidal. You can't destroy a national hero.
He deserved it.
His corpse isn't even cold.
Ronnie, 2 hours ago I told you what I'd found. You loved it. You begged me to write it up immediately.
2 hours is a long time in newspapers, Nico.
Someone's got to you, haven't they?
Listen up, Nicole, and listen good. Pierre Carchon had a lot of friends. Powerful friends. For your own sake.
Forget what happened.
You got it. End of conversation. Good night.
This should have been my big break, but I knew there was nowhere else to sell this story. If Ronnie wouldn't print it, nobody would.
At the risk of spoiling the game slightly, Dark Insanities, it's not the Illuminati, but you're damn close.
Bonsoir, Collard.
Mademoiselle Collard, my name is Plantard. I need to talk to you about your story. Your Pierre Carchon story.
How did you know about that?
There are people out there, madame, who will be very upset by this story.
Oh, really? Well, it's their lucky day. It's been spiked.
Yes, I know. We must meet.
We must?
I have information relating to your costume killer stories. Tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. Café de la Chandelle Verte, Rue Alain Court. I shall be wearing a grey overcoat. You must talk to no one about this.
You can't tell me what to...
Tomorrow at 8. I'll be waiting.
Don't get attached to that guy.
People complain about
approaching where the
newspaper
original
articles all
game
the
started.
time, but not usually before they're printed. I was beginning to feel scared. This guy, Plantard, could I trust him? Should I meet him or forget the whole business? I didn't have an answer.
I'd only been in Paris for a week,
George.
but already I'd fallen in love with the city. My latest discovery was a little cafe, La Chandelle Verte. I was pretty sure the waitress was taking a shine to me. That old Stobart charm, I guess. Little did I know my reverie was about to be so rudely interrupted.
And that piece of FMV is the beginning of the original release of the game. The director's cut added on the stuff with Nico beforehand.
As I picked myself up, I was really angry. 1 minute I'm on vacation, the next minute some clown's blown me up. I knew right away what I was going to do. I was going to find that clown and bring him to justice. Because justice matters. Justice is up there with liberty, and equality, and, fraternity. After all, that's why I'd studied law, wasn't it? Well, that, no, money, of course.
So, he needs to bring a clown to justice. Clearly, what he's got to do now is dress like a bat. Right, so we've replaced Nico's notebook with a spiral-bound pad for George. Much less stylish than Nico. Always was, always will be. Let's look around.
I noticed the writing at the foot of the page. It read Salah Eddin, 1345.
Interesting change in sound quality there. Methinks that's an original piece of sound from the earlier game, which they failed to get cleaned up.
The leading article referred to the visit of a Nobel Prize winner from some unpronounceable Eastern European state. The leading article referred to the visit of a Nobel Prize winner from some unpronounceable Eastern European state.
And I did remember correctly, it is Pierre Carchon.
The big story was about the brutal murder of a French media magnate, shot down in cold blood. The guy oozed confidence, like a regular French statesman.
Okay, so clue number 1. Let's...
I considered straightening the table, but I figured it best not to disturb the evidence.
Well, it would be...
The table had been overturned by the explosion.
Extremely ill-mannered, Dark Insanities, for them to come rushing out to this without first finishing the glass of wine that they already have. I mean, naturally, you have to get your priorities straight. But don't worry, because when the police turn up, you're going to love them. They're absolutely fantastic. The inspector in this is wonderful.
The sight
Mad
of the
as a
dead
bicycle.
guy's staring eyes turned my knees to jelly. I tried not to meet his stare as I searched the dead man's pockets. No wallet,
still
no
searched
papers,
them,
no
you'll
credit
notice.
cards. The guy's past was a blank page. I needed a stiff drink, but I
I
hated
know I'm
the
going to need
taste
the
of
brandy, so I'll pick it up now. She is still alive, Dark Insanities, because if you remember, she was on her way out of the cafe when she bumped into the victim. So therefore, when it blew up, she wasn't inside.
Oh, my head. Never again. How much vodka did I drink? Oh, no, don't tell me. What is your name, Shelley?
George Stobart, ma'am. You look like you could use a little help.
I could use a little drink. I feel sick, dizzy, and bruised. I don't even remember the party.
Just relax and take it easy. You've been knocked out.
You don't say. What happened?
There's been an explosion. You should try not to move.
Are you a doctor?
Right, I like the way they've handled this in this version. We've got the little George with horns is clearly lie like a trooper, and George with a halo is obviously tell the truth.
No, but I used to play hospitals when I was a kid. Can you remember anything at all?
No. I need a drink. Pour me a brandy.
Is that straight or with ice?
Just give me the bottle with a teat on it.
I guess a little drop won't hurt.
That's better.
She knocked back the brandy as if it was water. I was glad I wasn't picking up the check.
Okay, look for further clues.
Apart from a bit in the middle, the mirror had smashed into 1,000 pieces. Bad luck for someone. I'd hoped the fact that the mirror was already broken meant I'd escape the bad luck. The mirror had smashed into 1,000 pieces. Bad luck for someone. Poor guy.
Okay, why am I looking at a mirror?
He was pretty mashed up. He was pretty mashed up.
Yeah, yes he was. I can't see anything to do with that mirror. I've already looked at him. Ah, there we
Please,
go.
hold it, right there.
Whoa, don't shoot. I'm innocent. I'm an American.
Can't make up your mind, huh?
I demand to see the American consul.
Drop your weapons and get down on the ground.
Put that thing away, Sergeant. Move. I apologize, monsieur, but I cannot permit you to leave.
Am I under arrest?
Ah, no. I would simply like to ask you some questions. En avant, to the café. Marche.
What you're failing to take into account, Dark Insanities, is that clearly light bends in different ways in France.
Stop that, monsieur.
Has it occurred to you that he may be dead? Move.
Oui, monsieur. But I prefer to look on the bright side. Besides, I recall a case where the killer escaped by feigning death. However, in this case, the man is quite dead.
Examine the girl and take her statement, if you can. Et maintenant, to business. Your name, please?
George Stobart. I'm from California.
And what brings you to Paris, Monsieur Stobart?
Travel. I'm touring Europe.
You chose well. The city is most beautiful at this time of year, no?
Yeah, I guess so, apart from the bomb blasts.
Were you in the vicinity of the cafe at the time of the explosion?
Yeah, I was sitting out on the sidewalk. I was lucky I wasn't killed. The inspector passed over my remark with no reaction.
Did you see the deceased enter the cafe?
Yes, I did.
Was he alone?
Yes,
yeah.
he was.
And did he say anything to you?
No. He was more interested in the waitress.
Did you see anyone else in the cafe?
Am I the only one who thinks that the way George said he was more interested in the waitress there smacked of jealousy, not because the waitress was interested in him, but because he was interested in the waitress? That does not bode well for Nico.
Yeah, there was a guy dressed as a clown. He was carrying an accordion.
An accordion? Bon. The picture is forming in my mind, and it is not a pretty one. Is the girl all right, Moo?
She'll live if she survives the hangover. She doesn't remember seeing a clown, monsieur.
That's odd, don't you think, monsieur? Who am I to believe, I wonder? Eh bien, I have heard enough.
What do you mean?
I am satisfied that you know nothing. You may leave. I hope this little incident does not spoil the rest of your vacation.
What about my personal safety? Can't you at least give me some advice?
What can I say? Stay alert and look out for suspicious character.
And don't cross the road until the little man shows green.
Great advice.
I honestly believe you are in no danger, monsieur. Should you remember anything of importance, please contact me. My card.
Thanks.
They've done a nice
That is
job.
all. You may go.
There's not much to go on, monsieur.
On the
It's a shame they
surface,
couldn't clean up
no.
the sound.
But what lurks inside the subconscious? If the door can only be opened.
Are you serious, monsieur? I thought your interest in psychic detection was purely academic.
And lo and behold, Nico.
Excuse me, mademoiselle?
Hi. My name's George Stobart.
Oh, an American by the sound of it.
Yep, that's right. On vacation in Paris. Some vacation, huh?
You were here when the bomb went off?
Sure was. Sat right out in front of the cafe.
Did you notice a middle-aged man, maybe 60, with a hat and overcoat?
I couldn't believe it. She hadn't even asked how I was feeling. Yeah, he went inside just before the bomb exploded. You weren't related to him, were you?
Oh, no, nothing like that. I'm Nicole Collard from La Liberté.
What is that, some kind of nightclub?
Oh, no, it's a newspaper.
You're a reporter?
I'm a freelance photojournalist.
Say, you could interview me about the bombing. An eyewitness account, minutes after the outrage that shook the whole of Paris. You know, real-life drama, human interest, that kind of stuff.
I'll just stick to the facts, thank you. Did you see who planted the bomb?
I know it sounds crazy, but he was dressed like a clown.
A clown? It's him again.
Have you met the clown before?
It's a long story.
I have plenty of time.
I don't.
Who was the guy you were supposed to meet?
His name was Plantard. I didn't know him, but he called me last night. He said he had a story which would interest me. He asked me to meet him at the cafe. I guess I'll never know what he wanted to tell me.
Well, not unless you have Rosso's gift for psychic interrogation. Do you know a police officer called Rosso?
Rosso? Our paths have a knack of crossing. If I didn't know better, I'd say it was deliberate. Have you seen Rosso? Is he here?
He's inside, attempting to question a witness with his psychic powers.
That guy is weird.
Yeah.
I now feel that George is missing the most important question of all. Having now played through the little intro section that they've added on to the beginning of the game before this point, the key question he fails to ask is, why are you wearing the same outfit you had on yesterday? doesn't make sense for a French woman.
Look, the inspector gave me his card.
I didn't know his first name was Augustin. It suits him, I must say.
I found this newspaper outside the cafe.
That is not a newspaper, it's a gossip rag.
It may have belonged to Plantard.
So, he had a taste for sensationalist smut with right-wing bias. That doesn't tell us much.
There's something written in it. Salah Eddin, 1345.
It sounds like a betting tip. The name of the horse and the time of the race. What do you think?
Well, okay, yeah, I will give you that one, Dark Insanities, but particularly if she's French.
That's what I thought, but the name of the meeting isn't given.
Well, so what? I'm not the least bit interested in horse racing, are you?
No, but it could be a clue to the killer's next move.
Do you think his next victim will be the jockey? Or the horse?
She looked at me with a playful twinkle in her eye. Okay, it's a long shot.
Okay, when a man starts referring to any woman having a playful twinkle, you know he's got the hots.
Why won't you tell me about the clown?
Why do you want to get involved?
Because he almost killed me. Isn't that reason enough?
I guess so. Listen, I'll give you my phone number. You help me with my story and I'll let you in on what I know. And let's get one thing straight right now. This is strictly business.
Okay, it's a deal.
I have to go develop these pictures. I'll be on phone with you.
Fine. I'll see you soon.
Right. Okay, so we have now spoken to Nico. Let's see if Moo has anything
Sergeant Moo?
interesting to say for himself.
Monsieur Stobart, n'est-ce pas?
That's correct. You remember me.
The retention of such data is part of my duty as a gendarme. That is how crime is fought, through attention to detail, not intuition.
Yes, sure.
Hang on a moment, I just got a Christmas message from my mother. I think I probably ought to respond to that. Right, okay.
I was one of the last people to see the victim alive, Sergeant.
Does that worry you?
Yes, it does. I feel I owe it to him to find his killer.
That is best left to the authorities, monsieur. Did he speak to you? Tell you anything?
No, he just grinned and nodded.
Don't let it trouble you, monsieur. Go home and try to forget.
I was one of the last people to see him alive. I feel I owe it to anyone who paid money for this game to find his killer.
What is Rosso doing with that girl?
He is giving her the once-over, as you Americans say. Once he gets his teeth into a case, nothing will shake him off.
I found this in the street, Sergeant.
That, monsieur, is a newspaper, no?
There's a note written on it. Salah Eddin, 1345.
Aha!
That stumped
Sounds
you,
about
hasn't
right,
it?
I have never been stumped, as you put it, in my life, monsieur. It is the name assumed by the clown, no?
Salah Eddin the clown? I don't think so. I know the identity of the dead guy. His name was Plantard.
Is that so? You knew him, did you?
No, but...
We'll know everything there is to know about him soon enough.
I'm trying to be helpful here.
The best way you can help us is to go home, monsieur.
I understand that's a common reaction throughout Europe to Americans trying to be helpful.
See you later, Sergeant.
Looking for clues. I can't remember why I need to go into this alley, but I definitely know there are clues in
fled
here.
into this alley, but there was no sign of him now.
Oh,
I
the
was
clown fled
intrigued
into
by
the alley,
Nico
right,
and
that's
what
why.
she could tell me about the explosion.
It was a plastic crate. There was nothing of interest. It was an iron cover concealing the entrance to a drain or sewer.
It was the killer's means of escape, quite obviously.
It was a battered old trash can.
See, we have props to go along with what's happening on the screen. It's terribly well organized, this stream.
I'd had it with sticking my nose into French trash cans.
Give me a good old-fashioned American trash can. Okay, let's try and get this up. No doubt it will tell me I can't until I find a suitable object with which to lever it open.
The cover was too heavy and awkward to lift with my bare hands.
No, Dark Insanities, that particular element in the Bible has of course been mistranslated, and it's being proven right. Even now, just take a look at Facebook and Google and Twitch and so forth. It's the geek shall inherit the earth, and lo, we are. So, don't have anything yet that I can use to lever that open. What have we got in here?
It smelled like someone had dumped a truckload of fish in a locker room on a hot summer afternoon. I took a deep breath and prepared to climb the drain pipe.
That's not going to go well.
I guess the clown had an escape over the rooftops.
No, he escaped through the sewer. It's obvious he escaped through the sewer. Welcome back, but indeed, Badu. So...
The cover was too heavy and awkward to lift with my bare hands.
Can't remember where I find a thing for lifting up the cover with. Ah, hang on. I've got an idea. There's a bloke over there digging a hole. He's bound to have something suitable. And I've just remembered this particular part as well.
Hey, you!
I thought you'd been arrested.
No, it was a misunderstanding.
When he pulled that gun, I thought that was it. Those automatics pack quite a punch, you know?
He made a mistake. He thought I was a terrorist.
You? A terrorist? Ha!
He was only doing his duty, I guess. Did you see an old guy with a briefcase?
Wait, silly old coot. Do you know what he said to me? Work fascinates me, he says. I could watch it all day. Quel bit. I could have knocked his block off.
Did you see a clown come by this way?
A clown? Like in a circus?
Yeah, with makeup and a big red nose.
Oh, those guys are funny, aren't they?
Not in my experience.
I love the circus, especially the horses.
You haven't answered my question. Have you seen a clown?
You think I've got time to watch everyone who passes by? Some of us have to work for a living.
You'd have thought he'd notice a clown.
Would you like to read my newspaper?
I haven't got time to read that. Can't you see I'm busy?
You could read it on your lunch break.
10 minutes is all I get. And if my boss had his way, I wouldn't get that. He'd have me on a drip, so I didn't have to stop to eat.
Oh, take the newspaper and quit complaining.
Bah! Look at this. Damn bleeding out liberals. Cha! Save the dolphins. catch them and eat them, I say. All that fuss over a bunch of fish. Nah, that's more like it. Look at the size of those. Like champagne bottle corks, no? Ah, what's this? Saladin running in the Prix de l'Arc de Triomphe.
It's a racehorse?
A horse? A legend. Bucephalus reborn, mon ami. Like a streak of lightning she is.
Oh dear.
Do me a favor, won't you? Keep an eye on my hole. I'm off to put some money on that nag.
What about your toolbox?
Stuff it. Help yourself.
I'd found just what I wanted. A tool for lifting manhole covers.
Don't ask me why he has a tool for lifting manhole covers while digging a hole in the ground, but he does. I think I need to talk to Nico right now, do I? Right. To the manhole cover with my tool. Oh yeah, it's a drag, isn't it? Completely forgot the mechanism for playing the game there for a moment. There can only be one possible solution for that.
I lifted the cover to reveal what smelt like the entrance to a sewer.
So, it's not Christmas here for another couple of hours yet, but Merry Christmas. Clickable section on which window? Don't worry, I'm pretty certain I come back this way anyway.
As I picked up the plastic ball, I realized it was intended to be worn. It was the clown's red nose.
He was clearly collecting for charity. Anything else here? It's a sewer, because monkey. It's not meant to look good.
I scooped up the sodden tissue. It was cold and greasy, like breakfast leftovers.
What the hell does he have for breakfast?
I took hold of the scrap of material and unsnagged it from the spike.
Got to be said that when it comes to
Hi there.
tracking this
Hold it
guy,
right
you don't
there,
exactly need to be Aragorn, do you?
Right? I knew you'd come back. And now I've got you.
What are you talking about?
You're trespassing. Come out of there, immediately.
That's what I'm trying to do. Give me your hand.
Ha! You won't catch me with tricks like that. Keep your distance, monsieur.
Okay, okay.
Now, what were you looking for?
I was looking for a clown.
Huh, ridiculous. Do you really expect me to believe that?
He planted a bomb in the cafe and blew it up.
What? The cafe? Blown up? Mon Dieu, that is awful. And you say the person responsible was dressed as a clown?
That's right. He blew up the cafe, escaped into the sewer, changed his clothes, and came up here.
Ah, mon Dieu. Then, the man I chased, do you think that man and the clown are
Having an affair?
and the same?
Well,
Oh, okay.
yes, it had crossed my mind.
Ah, that still does not explain what you are doing down the sewer. For all I know, you are in league with him.
Oh no, I'm just a tourist.
Most tourists are content with the Eiffel Tower, the Louvre, or the Pigalle. I didn't realize my waste pipes were such an attraction.
Tell me about the man you apprehended.
What is there to tell? He was a typical criminal type. Just like you.
Was the guy you saw carrying a briefcase?
I didn't notice. Now are you going to leave? Or do I have to call the police?
Okay, let's see if I can kid him.
Perhaps you'd like to take a look at my card?
What is this? Inspector Augustin Rousseau? What does that say? Hominoid Division?
Homicide. I think the ink's smudged.
Then you are not a tourist.
Okay, I'm not. I lied to you, and I'm sorry.
Don't apologize, monsieur. You know, I had a feeling there was something different about you. It is your posture, your poise. Oh, yes. There is no mistaking the bearing of a disciplined man. And I should know. I was in the army, you know. When I was your age, I was fighting for my life in the African desert. How can I help you, Inspector?
Right.
Tell me about the man you apprehended.
He was a mean one, monsieur. He grabbed me in an armlock. His face suddenly next to mine. His grip was like iron. But he did not know what he was up against. Oh no. He made a big mistake when he took on one of the desert hyenas.
Yes, I get the picture.
Everybody in this game is as mad as a bicycle.
Was the guy you saw carrying a briefcase?
Why, yes, he was. Clutched in his arms like a baby.
That belonged to his victim.
Oh, what do you think was in it? Drugs? Stolen jewels?
I don't know. But the killer thought it was worth a man's life.
Nothing is worth that, monsieur.
Hang on, I thought you said you were in the army and yet nothing is worth a man's life. What did you do in the army? You were a cook, weren't you? Own up.
Does the name Plantar mean anything to you?
No, it doesn't.
Do you know the waitress at the cafe?
You can't suspect her, surely.
Just answer the question, please.
Yes, I know her. Quite well, you could say. She came to work at the cafe 6, 7 months ago. I look forward all week to the relief she gives me when she
Does she indeed?
Really? So you'd miss her if she wasn't there?
Oh, mais oui. Who else would I find to cut my toenails?
Take a look at this false nose.
Aha! That looks like a clown's nose to me.
Precisely. He must have dropped it in his panic.
Unless he wanted you to find it.
Why would he want to do that?
To put you off the scent.
You didn't miss much, Dark Insanities. I'm just pretending to be Inspector Rosso.
What does this tissue mean to you?
Nothing, monsieur. It's disgusting. What on earth possessed you to show it to me? Someone had emptied their nostrils into it.
What possessed me to show it to you? Well, it was in the list of things I could click on. That's what.
Does this piece of material mean anything to you?
Ah, that is the same cloth as the jacket I found. I'd recognize that pattern anywhere.
Jacket? Tell me more about
now,
this jacket.
About the jacket you found. Do you have it here?
No, monsieur. One of the sleeves was badly torn, so I sent it for repair. A pity, because otherwise it was a fine piece of quality tailoring. It had the tailor's name inside on the label.
Where did you send the jacket?
I gave it to an itinerant Romani seamstress.
Just my luck.
Really?
Was there anything in the jacket pockets?
Not a sou. You know what I think?
Do tell me.
He changed out of the clown suit and cunningly disguised himself as an ordinary person.
Bum, bum, bum.
Looks like I'm up against a mastermind. What was the name on the label?
Ah, it was a foreign name. Todrick, I think.
Did you get the address?
There wasn't one, monsieur. Only a telephone number.
Well, I don't expect you to remember a phone number you've only seen once.
74 98 08 59.
You're kidding. That's his phone number?
Yes, that's it. A little trick with numbers that I learned in the desert.
It's important to remember numbers when you're in the desert.
By a Tuareg shaman.
That's incredible.
It comes in handy at the supermarket checkout. Do I get a reward?
Honesty, monsieur, is its own reward.
Then I'm glad I do not rely on honesty to pay the bills.
I have to be going.
That conversation.
Thanks to your help, the citizens of Paris can sleep a little easier tonight.
Vraiment? I was only doing my duty, monsieur. Good luck, Inspector. I hope you catch that killer soon.
Quite glad that this has voice acting because I misread that as Killer Spoon. I was wondering why there was a Killer Spoon.
Into the courtyard and then slipped back into the street here.
Lazarus lies all the time. Yeah, you're right. I'll have to fix that. Sorry about that, Rose. Okay. Maybe now I'll phone Nico.
Hello, Nico Coulard.
Hello? It's George.
Ah, oui.
You said to call if I could help.
Have you any news for me?
You bet. I met a witness who spoke to the clown. And I know where the killer gets his suits.
No kidding. Hey, I'm impressed.
You are? Well, it wasn't easy.
Look, why don't you come here to my apartment later this afternoon?
Fine. Where do you live?
361 Rue Jarry.
Okay, I'll come over.
I was used to working alone, but I had to admit it felt good with George on the case too. But there were some things I was going to have to do alone, and fast. I needed the answers to some questions. Who was the costume killer? And why did he murder Carchon? Why did Carchon ask for me to interview him? How did he know my father? And why was my editor so scared? There was some kind of secret war going on out there, but who was on which side? One thing I did know. I wasn't going to get the answers sitting at my desk.
Especially not when you have nothing on your desk and your desk is just a table anyway.
My old table had seen better days.
See?
I was beginning to know how it felt. My first Teddy. Never had a boyfriend as loyal as him.
Sometimes Aurora's coffee just means coffee. This obsession with elephants.
The box was carved by my father. It never had a key. The elephant on the lid was a perfect match to Carchon's.
Nope. Worth a try. I've no doubt I will find a key for that box somewhere at some point. And I'm going to ignore the elephant in the room gag because I'm sorry, that's just... No. Sorry, no. Not going there.
You have no messages.
No, I'm not giving up.
Okay, so George has found clues. He's coming over this afternoon. Okay, so apparently I have things to do. But I wonder what I have to do.
Mademoiselle Collard.
Oh, hello there. Don't tell me. I'm going to meet a tall, dark man.
No, I don't think so. Why would you say that?
Oh, just a wild guess.
Anyway, your cousin's female and very pretty.
What?
Your cousin from Marseille. How could you forget her so soon? She was only in your apartment yesterday.
Ah, really?
Such a charming young girl.
Isn't she? And in my apartment, you say?
She let herself in, of course. She's got a key.
Hello.
Suddenly, everything made sense. My apartment had been bugged. That was how Plantard knew all about my article. How did I know? Because the only cousin I have is a sweet little guy called Jean-Marc, who runs a patisserie in Le Touquet. These people were determined, which meant they were also very dangerous.
I suppose she'd forgotten which apartment was mine. Oh, Miss Collard, you're a mind reader. That's just what she said.
Oh, I bet it was. Well, I'd better be going. See what my sweet cousin's been getting up to.
Au revoir, mademoiselle.
Okay, cafe, Sean residence, Chevy. Okay, so I don't really have anywhere particularly to go at the moment. I'm not entirely sure why Nico's out and about.
The door was locked.
Hello, could I ask you some questions?
That depends. Are you a cop?
No, I'm a journalist.
Bit late, aren't you? They already took away the body.
I'm doing a follow-up on this story. Tell me, are you related to the workman I saw digging the hole?
Don't talk to me about flobage. Pah!
Okay.
He just won a fortune on the horses and he won't give me a cent.
Well, it's his money.
When he was broke, he was happy to touch me for a loan. Brothers should look after each other, he used to say. He's changed his tune, now he's brassed up.
You're doing a fine job.
Damn right I am. You should be writing about me, not that idiot that got blown up.
The heroes will pick up the pieces when disaster strikes.
Exactly.
Well, give me your best smile and maybe I'll put your picture in the article.
Oh, right. Just give me a minute to do my hair.
Hello?
Yes?
Have the police finished with the crime scene?
What does it look like? I got orders to board up the windows, and that's what I'm doing.
Do you know this man?
He looks like a nasty piece of work. I had an uncle who was with the fascists, but we never talk about him.
What happened to him?
How should I know? We never talk about him.
Well, I suppose that makes sense. I don't think there's anything really more
Au revoir.
I can ask him, is there? She's using an early cyber eye with a built-in camera, clearly. Oh, hang on. What's that? Can I get inside? No, apparently I can't.
I'm afraid you can't go in there, madame.
Okay, okay.
Let's see if we can check out the alleyway in case George missed something. You want to put bodies on spikes now, Mekiado. You've been hanging out too much with Aurorus, clearly. He's beginning to rub off on you.
The pipes weren't going to help my investigation.
Nope. Honestly,
There might have been clues down there, but I was relieved I didn't have a sewer key.
That's what George is for.
I needed some direction, some clue to where I should go next.
Yes, I agree entirely.
I would be obliged if you did not touch the art, mademoiselle.
It was held in place by wires. Maybe it wasn't art after all. Maybe it was a cell phone transmitter.
I still think it's how the
smashed window
villain
hadn't
got up
been
there.
repaired yet. There was just a sheet of flimsy plastic over it. A bored-looking gendarme sat staring at the sculpture. Bonjour, monsieur.
Bonjour, mademoiselle.
Can I ask what you're doing?
I am guarding the scene of a terrible and heinous crime.
Yeah, this statue. Tell me about it.
Au contraire, mademoiselle. This statue is a pure and visionary statement, a comment upon man's self-imposed isolation within a debased societal framework.
Not a crime, then?
The only crime you will find here is the murder of the great Monsieur Carchon.
No. How dramatic.
I know. Here in this very building, no less. It is top secret, but according to Carchon's wife, the killer was dressed as a mime. Police believe there was an accomplice, a young female journalist. Even as we speak, she is being hotly pursued up and down the land. No stone is being left unturned.
Good place to look for a journalist, officer.
We police are no fools.
Evidently. How was Monsieur Carchon killed?
He was shot in cold blood with a gun.
Why was he dressed as a mime?
I have my own theory. Either he was mad,
or
he was a real mime, trying to throw us all off the scent by cunningly not wearing a disguise.
How long have you been in the police force?
All my life, mademoiselle.
It shows.
Thank you.
Why would a mime kill Monsieur Carchon?
He was a hired killer, I expect. Everybody knows mimes don't leave prints.
They do.
You must be quite an aficionado of modern art.
Au contraire, I adore it. In fact, I dabble myself.
Oh, really? I used to dabble myself, but I managed to quit in the end.
Okay.
Whoever had put up the statue must have been confident it wouldn't fall. It would have smashed straight into the wall of Carchon's
Centurion,
apartment.
greetings. Not so bad, thank you. Bit quiet here this Christmas, hence I'm streaming instead of spending it with family. All my family are several thousand miles away. Okay, I think, to be honest, I've got the important thing
where had my
coming
pretty
out
new
of
cousin hidden her little bug?
the
Eh?
apartment.
I was
purely
going to have
find
to
out it had
search
been
everywhere.
bugged. So, let's start searching the apartment.
The phone was the obvious place to look for a bug, but this handset hadn't been opened for years. Besides, they would have just bugged the line.
And Merry Christmas to you, Centurion. I'm sure she's doing something fascinating there, but I've got no idea what. We're getting towards it. I mean, it's gone 10 o'clock, so in 2 hours' time, less than 2 hours' time, it will be Christmas Day. And most of my relatives are in Australia at the moment, which means that, as far as they're concerned,
it was a photograph of my father, the first one I ever took.
Mid-morning
with the first
already
camera
on
he
Christmas
ever
Day.
bought me. They hadn't placed the bug on the photo.
You're not quite the only mod here, Badu. Nightbites is technically there, but I believe he's also at least playing and possibly streaming in his own channel, so I don't know if he's paying a lot of attention.
No messages for me. No one had hidden a bug on the machine.
Let's actually turn the stereo on, because that way they might not hear me looking for the bug.
No, I'm not giving up.
Maybe they bugged the elephant. He is streaming it, is he?
I'm not giving up.
Must admit, when I decided to stream this evening, I thought I'd be the only one of us that was actually doing a stream. I assumed everyone else would have something better to do.
The box was one of the few things my father left me. The elephant on the lid was a perfect match to Cochon's. But that small metal disc
really
underneath it in the chest was a recent addition.
Aha.
The box was carved by my father. It never had a key.
So presumably I've found the bug now. Is that all I need to know about finding the bug? That it was there?
The box was one of the few things my father left me.
Ah, no.
Oh, chère cousine. You left me a little present. You shouldn't have.
This is quite interesting because they've added quite a bit to the original game.
You don't scare me.
It's been a long time since I played Shadow of the Templars. But certainly there's a lot more of Nico in this version than there was in the original. Mostly centered on George. Okay, well I think I found the bug. But Karshon's organization have kept me under surveillance but have chosen not to kill me. Bum bum bum. Nothing new there. I thought flushing them down the loo was the standard way to get rid of bugs, wasn't it?
There wasn't anyone that I needed to call.
Animals. Okay, so there's nobody I need to call. I've got rid of the bug. There must be something that I need to do. But that was my assumption, anyway. Not sure quite what you thought it was. There must be something that I need to do before it will trigger the next part of the game. I wonder what I haven't done that I'm supposed to. Maybe I need to open the elephant. Now, the closest thing I have to a key for the elephant is the other elephant, which doesn't seem hugely logical. But
I couldn't do anything with that.
No, that's not going to do it. Yeah. The only problem with using salt with slugs and snails is cleaning up afterwards. I think I already tried that key in case
I couldn't do anything with that.
No, I think I'm done there. So unless I do need to somehow get into Carchon's apartment again.
Bonjour. Bonjour, mademoiselle.
I'm not sure quite where I'm going now.
The woman who claimed to be my cousin. Could you describe her again?
Well, she was your height, her hair lighter than yours, but otherwise she was very like you. But with impeccable manners, of course.
I bet. It wouldn't be sensible to let her know about Carchon.
Okay. Don't think there's anything else to talk to her about that.
Au revoir, mademoiselle.
So I've only got the 3 locations at the moment. I think I pretty much exhausted the cafe. Maybe there's a way I can get rid of this gendarme and climb up and look at the apartment again.
Bonjour, monsieur.
Bonjour, mademoiselle.
Can I ask what you're doing?
I am guarding the scene of a terrible and heinous crime.
Yeah, this... Not a... No.
I know. The killer was dressed as a mime. Police believe there was an accomplice. A young female journalist. She is...
Good place.
We believe...
Evident.
Right, this is just the same conversation that we had before.
Why was he...
I have my own...
Oh.
Or he...
How long have you...
All my life.
It's...
Thank you.
There does not appear to be anything new to be said here. There also isn't a get out of this conversation button, however, so I'm going to have to go through it.
Mine?
He was a...
You must be quite an official...
Oh,
Oh, really?
End of conversation. Nowhere to go over here.
I'm sorry, mademoiselle. This is a crime scene, and I cannot permit you to pass beyond this point.
Ah, now that could well be important. Might have triggered something.
Just your average modern art retaining wire.
Please do not finger the wires. They are high-tension titanium-coated wires, especially imported from Birmingham, in England.
This guy was either into art or wire, or both.
If they were to become freed, this superb piece of kinetic engineering would topple and fall. At the same time, the force of the recoil would take your eye
out. I suppose
out.
it sort of makes some sense there, yeah. It's as good a place to get them as any.
It was held in place by wires. Maybe it wasn't art after all. Maybe it was a cell phone transmitter. Just your average modern art retaining wire.
No, this isn't getting me anywhere. Let's have her refuse to do that. Yep, okay. Is there something that I'm supposed to have done in here that I haven't?
You have no messages.
Still. No, I don't think there's anything to do with
I
any
had
of
decrypted
these.
the note. It read,
Yes, we know
Pierre,
we've decrypted the note.
this take great... I wasn't the only one to make the connection between the costume killer murders. I'd been right all along. That was why he had asked to meet me. But what did I know that he didn't?
I don't know.
The photograph showed Carchon smiling happily to camera, with a background of burning huts and death.
Is there anyone I can call now?
There wasn't anyone that I needed to call.
Nope. Nobody I need to call. No one to call and no hints available, which I'm a little confused as to quite what I should be doing then. Okay, let's go back a bit and see. Intermittent flickering on the stream. Oh dear. I'm not seeing anything at my end. So, if it is there, do let me know, yeah, and I don't know quite what I'll do, but I'll keep an eye out in case there is something going on at this end. So really the only thing I've got in my my journal is to talk to George. So that must be the next thing that goes on. Got rid of the bug. So unless I talk to the police, and I would have thought I'd phone them, and it won't let me phone anyone. So what, pray tell, am I supposed to be doing? Did I miss something back here? Can't think what.
Hail to the king, baby.
Oh, thank you, Real Ambrosine, for that follow. And welcome to the stream. I've already spoken to that fella, but we'll have another go in case I'd missed something.
Hello, could I ask you some questions?
Bit late, aren't you? They already took away the body.
And
I'm
that's gonna be
doing
the
a
same
follow-up on
conversation
this
as we had
story.
when we came here before. So let's try asking about...
You see this ticket?
Are you trying to bribe me?
No.
I don't blame you, of course. Good-looking fella like me.
Okay.
Take a look at this.
I don't like laissez hankies. They scratch my nose.
Greetings,
I can
Grim.
see how that must be a problem for you.
And a Merry Christmas to you. Now, you're a little further away from it still than I am, aren't you? Don't know that I really
He
want to
wouldn't
show
be
him
interested
the,
in a substitution
coded
cipher.
message.
Do you like this carving?
It's the kind of thing you pick up for a couple of euros at Les Puces de Saint-Ouen.
Don't know, still
Au
nothing
revoir.
apparently there. Can't go inside.
The police had been quick to clear away the wreckage and arrange for the window to be boarded up.
I must have missed something somewhere, but what?
There might have been clues down there, but I was relieved I didn't have a sewer key.
Ah, so I do need to get into the cafe. Right, okay. So, not sure quite why I need to get into the cafe, but I need to get into the cafe. So, let's see what we can do about getting into the cafe. Presumably going to involve conning or bribing this gentleman here. So we'll go back to talking to him.
Yes?
What might I have that he would find interesting? Sod all, to be honest.
You're doing a fine job.
Damn right I am. You should be writing about me, not that idiot that got blown up.
The heroes will pick up the pieces when disaster strikes.
Exactly.
Well, give me your best smile and maybe I'll put your picture in the article.
Oh, right. Just give me a minute to do my hair.
I wonder if I can nip in when he's not looking. Yes, I can. That was as simple as that.
The police have removed
Fair
the
enough.
body, but nothing
So I'd
else
done the
looked
right thing, but
disturbed.
I didn't actually take advantage of it.
A panel had been blown away, revealing a gap. From this angle, I could see that something had been lodged in the gap behind the pipes.
Aha, that's the significance of the...
From this angle, I could
the
see
mirror.
that something had been lodged in the gap behind the pipes.
So now, hopefully, we have
Behind the
new-
table were some damaged pipes. Voila! The police and forensic teams had missed a vital piece of evidence. Some kind of pouch.
Okay.
On the pouch was the cross symbol of Carchon's organization. I was on the right track.
So, let's have a look at the pouch.
On the pouch was the cross symbol of Carchon's organization. Inside the pouch were two items. A strange metallic artifact
Oh, not
and a
another
letter
cipher.
in some kind of code. Another coded message using the same cipher
If it's using the
system.
same cipher
So,
system, maybe it won't let me,
Laptop
won't
was
require me to
involved with
actually
Carchon.
decode it. It will require me to decode it. Damn. Anyone remember the code from last time? Hang on. Can I look at the other
I have
coded
decrypted
message?
the note. It read, Pierre.
No, it won't show it to me.
Full report to follow. But this is too urgent to wait. Arno and Yamada
Okay.
both dead. This is not a coincidence. I'd been...
Let's try something.
No.
No, damn. Kind of hoping that if I combined the decoded message with the message in the same code,
Another
that it
coded
would
message
decode
using the
message
same
for me.
cipher system. So, Plantard was involved with Carchon.
So, I can remember none of the previous code. So, I guess we're kind of starting again from the beginning, unless anyone can remember. Assuming it is the same cipher. It may not be, of course. So, let's look for a starting point. I don't think it is the same cipher, in fact. Because making the assumption once again that we start with a single letter being an A. Though in this case it's got an apostrophe in front of it, so it's an abbreviation and isn't necessarily an A, but we'll stick with that reasoning anyway because it worked last time. Okay, so let's try. Well, obviously we're going with the small. So that's 2-letter word there and 2-letter word there, which both end in the same letter. As does several words end in that letter. What's a good letter for ending a word with? I'm inclined to say, maybe just because it looks like it, but N might be a good option. We can but plug it in. We can always take it out again afterwards. Right, so we've got those two are likely to be an and on, aren't they? But neither of them can be because we've got RA obviously as something else already, so maybe we're going the wrong way already. It's possible. Oh, we've got another one there. We still have an in, however. No, I think we've gone wrong already. I say we. I think I've gone wrong already. Well, first letter's got to be in. First, let's clear everything. Do we know a name that might fit that first? So, I wonder. I wonder if it's a note to rather than from our guy. Because if so, that could be plantar as the first word. I'm not saying it necessarily is, but it's a convenient attempt to key. We can put it in and see what it gives us. Now, if I could find the right letters. So far, it's looking suspiciously like that is indeed plantar. So we need an R for there. And a D for, where's it gone? There. I think I was right there, yeah. I think we're on to something. Which would imply that that could be Pierre again, couldn't it? Pierre killed. Okay, yeah, this one's a nice easy one. Murderer, that next word must be. Oh, tip. There. Murderer must. Must have, logically. Must have followed, I would assume the next word to be. Trail from Arno and Yamada. He will... Presumably that is come for us. So... C. Now we must be vigilant. Thierry's girl broke into Pierre's safe. She worries me. Imelda. Well, Thierry's girl is clearly Nico. Somehow, yeah, we've got an O as a Q by mistake because we're full. Hang on.
Plantard.
That's why it didn't
translate. Murderer must have followed trail from Arno and Yamada.
Don't know quite how I managed to do that, but well done me.
We must be vigilant. Thierry's girl broke into Pierre's safe. She
well
worries
spotted,
me.
Mechiador. I was
Imelda.
wondering why it hadn't
So much
worked.
for Imelda's innocence. Plantard was working for her and for Canchon. But why did Plantard want to meet? Was it a trap? Or maybe he was in too deep and needed me to tell the story, whatever the story was. One thing was clear. It was a story worth killing for.
In my defence, the tail on the Q is very small. Not in my defence, the letters are in alphabetical order, and it's a really stupid mistake to make. So well done me. Right. I suspect that's everything I need from here. And presumably everything I need
what about
to
my
get
photos?
to the next part of the plot.
How could I forget?
Well, I'm waiting. Get your camera out.
Camera. Oh, I forgot. It broke.
Alors, they should never send a woman to do a man's job.
Well, this woman had fooled him easily enough. And found the evidence the police had missed.
I'd have really screwed up if there were dice.
I needed to take a closer look at the objects I'd found in
Oh.
Plantard's pouch.
Did I? Why? Oh, I haven't looked at the...
The artifact had a sword
Artifact
laid
yet.
across scales. There was a picture of Lady Justice on the locked panel in the room below the conciergerie.
Ah. Okay, so that's what opens the safe there. Now I've got a place to go that makes sense.
The strange metal artifact I found in Plantard's pouch
It's
had
going to take me
pointed back
straight
to
there
the
because it doesn't
quayside.
appear on the map. I don't have a roll command in my chat, but I do have one on my voice attack. I can't open that without going through all the hassle, can I? I'm going to have to actually do this properly.
The slab was too heavy for me to lift.
Yes, I know. I just clicked on it out of blind optimism. Good job Nico is a hoarder and never throws away the ruined shell casing that she picked up earlier. Right. Let's open the safe.
Plantard's key fitted the lock, so he must have used this place too.
And inside, what do we have?
The folders were empty. Someone had removed anything that they thought could be incriminating. A photograph had been torn up. If I could just arrange the pieces.
Oh, now we get to arrange the pieces of a photograph. Whacker. Move a fragment, move the mouse pointer over it. When the pointer turns to a hand icon, click and press the mouse button, drag the fragment to the appropriate position. Must be arranged so that the whole of the photograph fits within the available space. Okay. Well, that's going up at the top somewhere. That's obviously a corner there. That's a bottom corner. That looks... no, it doesn't go there, but it is an edge piece, as is that. And that must be the other part of that edge. Okay, so far so good. That must go there. I mean, this is clearly the other half of the photograph we found earlier on with Pierre in it. So we'll get the other face. Anyone taking a wild guess that it might be Daddy? Do we think that piece goes there? No, we don't, do we? We think that piece goes there. And that piece clearly goes there. That comes in on top of it there.
Oh my god. It can't be.
Yes, it can. Concerned as to where that's supposed to go. Hang on, I'm getting confused now. That piece is in the wrong place, obviously. Yeah, that goes there. That's where I went wrong.
There was no doubt about it. It was a picture of my father.
Yep, as predicted.
Papa? Oh, God. After what I'd gone through, I thought I could face anything, but not this. My father, the one person in the whole world who I truly admired, standing with Crachon, while those murderers carried on with their evil work. My father, grinning at the camera. I couldn't believe it. I realized that I desperately needed to get to the bottom of this story, and that I really needed George.
Right, so now we're going to get to the section with George. Oh, well done, adventurers. Okay, right, first things first. That seems to me like an excellent place to save the game, since I've been this far without actually saving it at all. Check, yeah, did save okay, but as unnamed, right. Right, before I go any further, I am going to take a quick comfort break. I was planning on streaming through until at least midnight to see in Christmas Day. I may still be going to do that. I'm not sure. I'm beginning to flag a bit here, but what I will do is I will take a comfort break and make a pot of tea, and then I will decide whether I'm going to continue streaming. So in the meantime, I'll just go over to the AFK screen and probably will be carrying on for at least another hour and a bit, but we will see. Back soon anyway. Funnily enough, I thought as soon as I had gone that I really should have just put some music on while I was away. It's probably a good thing that I never unmuted the Discord channel in that case, Aurorus. However, now I've unmuted the Discord channel. I'll also go back to the actual...
Now I'm hearing everything twice. I'm going to stop talking
game
now.
Screen. And wonder why Fubar hasn't opened. Not that it's relevant now because I'm back. Right, so if I do have to go away again, I do now have music available that I can play, but there we go. So, I'm back. Play a bit more and see where it goes.
I pushed against the door, but it seemed to be locked. The door was shabby and in need of a coat of paint. I couldn't imagine the Collard woman living here.
Nevertheless, she apparently does, so maybe you could try knocking on the door, George? That does not appear to be an option. Let's talk to the flower seller.
Oh, hi.
Bonjour, monsieur. Would you like me to foretell your future?
No thanks.
I'm very good. It only takes a minute.
Thanks all the same, but I'm not superstitious. Besides, if it only takes a minute, that's not much of a future to look forward to.
Let's have another drink.
Do you know a young woman called Nicole Collard?
Yes, I do. She lives upstairs from me in the apartment block across the street.
I tried the door, but it's locked.
You know, I've told the landlord about that 1,000,000 times. It is a damp. The old building is like a sponge. It sucks up the moisture from God knows where.
You mean the door is stuck because it's swollen?
That is correct. There is an art to opening it. Don't shove too hard. Just give it a gentle nudge above the lock.
Thanks for the advice.
I love the initial implication that she's complained to the landlord that their door locks. I made exactly the opposite complaint.
Are the flowers for sale?
Oui, monsieur.
Okay. I'll take a bunch of those white ones.
I wouldn't do that if I was you.
No?
They are lilies, monsieur. Some people associate them with death.
Yikes. Thanks for
Yes,
telling
way to make a good impression.
What are the flowers
Give
do
a
you
girl
have?
a bunch of lilies.
Dahlias?
What do they signify?
Insecurity?
I don't want to give her the wrong idea about me. What about the tall yellow ones?
Those are iris, the flame of passion.
And the little yellow ones?
Sensuality.
Well, they're no use to me. I want to make an impression, not jump down her throat. I've changed my mind. Will you tell my fortune?
You're going on a long journey.
My, oh my. What a surprise. Can you tell me anything I don't already know? How does this fortune-telling routine work?
If I knew that, I wouldn't be selling flowers for a living.
Haven't you ever wondered why you were blessed with the gift?
Well, it's a bit like satellite television, I suppose. Some of us are born with a built-in receiver dish. I just happen to be one of the lucky ones.
If you say so, dear.
How long has Mademoiselle Collard lived here?
A few months. She's in for a shock when the cold weather comes. Drafty windows, insufficient heating. It's a struggle to keep warm. The only reason I stay is because the rent is cheap. Your young lady, she deserves better.
I thought Mademoiselle Collard was a successful photographer.
Not as successful as she makes out for all her fine clothes. Oh, I've heard her crying herself to sleep at night.
That's awful.
Now don't you let on that I've told you. She's proud, that one. Too proud, if you ask me.
Have you seen anyone out here watching Mademoiselle Collard's apartment?
Yes, I have. A strange man. Tall and thin as a broomstick. He kept his face hidden, but I saw his eyes peering from evil little slits.
How was he dressed?
A long brown raincoat with an hat.
Or like Humphrey Bogart?
Yes, but he didn't have Bogart's charisma. Besides, this guy looked like he needed a toilet. You never saw Bogart clenching his buttocks like that.
Is there anything else you can tell me about Mademoiselle Collard?
No, monsieur.
Can you really foretell the future?
Only time will tell, monsieur. The strange thing is, I can't seem to see myself in the future. Other people, I have no problem. But when I try to see what might happen to me, nothing.
That must be scary.
Maybe. I figure it's a kind of natural safety
secondary
mechanism. Either that, or I don't have a future.
Do you recognize this nose?
No, monsieur.
There are not many opportunities to walk up to someone and say, do you recognize this nose? The world needs more opportunities to
What
do
can
that.
you tell me about this tissue?
Nothing.
It's exhausting.
What can you tell me about this material?
It's a very expensive piece of cloth, monsieur.
Right, I think that's me done.
See you later.
That's right, monsieur. You will.
And now I should know how to open the door.
Remembering the flower seller's advice, I pushed the door gently just above the lock.
Hi.
Bonjour.
Go, George.
I'm glad you could make it, monsieur.
Please, call me George.
Fine. I'm Nicole. Take a seat, George. Eh bien? And what have you been up to?
I've been exploring the sewers underneath the cafe.
I thought I could
Always
smell
fun.
something bad.
The clown used the sewer to escape and to change out of his costume. I guess he was in a hurry. He left his jacket behind.
And?
I got his tailor's phone number.
You had better luck than I did.
Luck, she said. Luck. Hard work, I'd call it. What happened?
My editor told me to drop this story. Can you believe it?
But you're not going to do that.
Oh no. I'm going to find out what's behind these killings.
It just doesn't add up. It almost feels like some sort of conspiracy.
The police in 3 different countries have kept very quiet about the murders.
The press don't connect them at all.
They blame them on political, religious, or militant minority extremists.
Well, that covers just about everyone.
I don't see it myself. I cannot see how there could possibly be a conspiracy involved in a game with the title Broken Sword, Shadow of the Templars. No clue who could be behind it or what's going on at all. Not a clue.
Tell me more about yourself.
There's nothing much to tell.
Well, how'd you get into photography?
I guess I owe that to my father. He bought me my first camera. I was 8, and my parents had just split up.
Did you live with your father?
Yes. My mother went off with her new boyfriend. I didn't mind. Papa was all I needed. 4 years later, he died in a plane crash.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's all right. I don't mind
Cleo
talking
adverts.
about
I'm
him.
severely
He was more
worried
like an older
that we
brother,
have got
really.
Nicole
Always
and Papa
joking and
here.
laughing. Papa always wanted me to study art. That's why I went to college.
Did you learn about photography at college?
God, no. I couldn't afford the materials. We were billed for everything we used. Paint, canvas, paper. Most of my year turned to minimalism. It was cheaper. I used to go poaching in the park for squirrel hair. The only time I wasn't hungry was the term I did printing. I used to eat the potatoes.
You're making fun of me, aren't you?
Oh, no.
Tell me more about the clown's previous victims.
The first was Arnaud Bellotta, the millionaire pharmaceutical baron. He made his money from amphetamines in the post-war slimming and diet boom. Imagine it, millions of housewives literally speeding their butts off. The only witness in the case was his Filipino au pair. She swears he was lured to his death by a snowman.
What about the clown's second victim?
Yamada, the controversial Japanese politician. He inherited his fortune from his father's electrochemical consortium.
How did he die?
At the hands, or should I say flippers, of a giant emperor penguin.
A snowman, a penguin, and now a clown.
I had been about to add mine to the list, but stopped myself. I really didn't want to have to explain to George about my father's involvement with Cachon.
You know, I hate to admit it, but this is scary. And I'll tell you this, I will not be accepting any invitations to costume parties.
I don't blame you for being scared. I am too. But this story could be my only chance for a big break.
Or an early death.
I do like the way they've inserted the new material in this version of the game. They've done quite a nice job on it. It sort of interlocks quite well with what was there before without really changing the story. It just adds a new element to it.
I found this false nose in the sewer.
Hey, what's this inside it?
The contents of someone's nose?
Don't be cross, George. It says La Risée du Monde. Masks and costumes. It's a costume shop near the Gare Saint-Lazare.
I'll check it out. Maybe the owner remembers who hired the clown costume. I found this tissue down the sewer.
That's disgusting, George.
No. I think the stuff on it is grease paint, like actors use, or clowns.
It's still disgusting. Get rid of it.
Yes, I know it could help us to solve a murder, but it's disgusting. It's far less important.
I found a piece of material near the cafe. When I showed it to the concierge, he recognized it right away.
It's very distinctive, all right. Just wait until you see this. I developed the film I shot at the cafe. Here, George. It's an enlargement I made. Look what that guy's wearing.
Checkered pants. The same material as I found in the sewer.
That's right. This guy shouldn't be difficult to find.
Oh, no?
Take a close look at his right cheek.
A scar in the shape of a horseshoe.
Or a crescent moon.
How come you enlarged this photograph of me?
Because I noticed the guy behind you, of course.
Yeah, whatevs. Okay. Seem to have run out of
I
things
have to go.
Okay,
talk about
I'll
that.
see you later.
So, let's see. Nico, visited Nico. So, we've got the guy to investigate. We've got the tailor to phone, and we've got the costume shop where the clown suit was hired. So, places to go, things to do. Police station, cafe, costume shop. Let's poke around for hotspots before we have a conversation. You never know.
It was an antique phonograph, the kind you have to wind by hand.
Yeah, the kind you regret winding by hand.
The guy's spoon-shaped face was mournful and humorless. He looked like a vegetarian in a slaughterhouse. Excuse me.
Bonjour, monsieur. Please, come in. Welcome. Leave the mundane world behind, for in these four walls, fantasy is king.
I think we found the Wizards of the Coast headquarters.
Didn't you ever dress up when you were a child?
Not that I remember.
Incredible! You'll be telling me next that you never shared your elder sister's lingerie.
I don't have a sister, and I think I'd look pretty silly in a brassiere. I just need some information.
Of course. How can I help you?
Do you want this red nose back?
Not after it's been worn.
Okay, that's not the question I expected you to ask, George.
I'm looking for a man who hired a clown costume from you.
Oui, monsieur. I do not see how I can help.
Don't you keep a record of costumes that you've rented out?
Of course, monsieur, but...
Well, then, I'd like to check your records. Give me the names of everyone who's rented a clown suit.
Impossible. There are too many.
Have you heard of a man named Plantar?
I do not recall anyone of that name.
Do you recognize this man?
Oui, monsieur. I sold him some grease paint.
And rented him a clown suit, perhaps?
Does this dirty tissue mean anything to you?
Let me smell that.
Yeah, everyone's immediate reaction when handed a dirty tissue.
Bestheimer's number 7 white pancake.
Theatrical grease paint, right?
Oui, monsieur. La crème de la crème of Thespian accoutrement.
Have you sold any of it recently?
Yes, 2 cans.
Do you recognize this man?
Ah oui, he was here this morning. That is the man to whom I sold the grease paint. I remember the scar on his face. He chose 2 costumes. Bozo the clown and Seamus the pixie.
A pixie?
So somebody is going to die by
Green
pixie.
silk with a taffeta lining. He gave me his name as Monsieur Khan.
Thanks for your help, buddy.
My pleasure, monsieur. Allow me to shake you by the hand.
Huh? Well, okay.
Bzz. Yeah, saw that one coming a mile off through thick fog.
What are you trying to do, kill me?
You did not find it amusing?
I never saw the funny side of electroshock therapy.
Eh bien, it is yours to keep. A gift.
Do I need a
That will
license?
no doubt come in useful in a
But
later
I give
scene.
you a word of warning, monsieur.
What?
Remember to switch it off before you visit the toilet.
Okay. So, Khan has rented a Seamus the Pixie costume with which he's going to kill someone, and he got the grease paint here, but that still doesn't really help me too much. Where else can I go? Let's go and talk to the Fuzz. I have useful information that they may need to.
Excuse me, Sergeant.
What do you want now?
Do you know a man named Khan? He's a shifty-looking guy with a scar on his right cheek.
No, monsieur. Has this man any connection with the bombing of the cafe?
Yes. I believe Khan was the name he used when he hired the clown costume.
Presumably because he wished to kill somebody called Kirk.
Is Rosso here?
Yes, he is. You wish to speak to him?
Of course
Yes,
I do.
I
He's
do.
hysterical.
One moment, monsieur. It's Stobart, monsieur. He insists on talking to you again.
Did he say what it was about?
No, monsieur.
Very well.
Hi, Inspector. Remember me?
But of course, Mr. Stobart. My mind is a well-ordered faculty. A mental classification system that's the envy of the Bibliothèque Nationale. No tricks, mark you, monsieur. Just exercise. Just as our muscles waste through inactivity, so our minds decay. But there is no need. If only people would learn to exercise their wits daily.
If he was trying to impress me, it worked. He was pompous and patronizing, but he had style.
Eh bien, if you called about the bombing, you're too late. Investigations have been closed.
But
I have been taken off the case.
what about the murderer, the dead guy?
It is out of my hands.
Did you find out the ID of the guy who was killed in the explosion?
I already knew who he was.
I heard that the bomb victim's name was Plantow.
Your sources are reliable.
He was a big shot at the Treasury, wasn't he? Maybe that's why you've been taken off the case.
I'm sorry, monsieur. I cannot comment.
Don't you want to know what I found out about the killer?
I told you, monsieur, the case is closed. I have washed my hands of the whole affair.
So
Then I'll have
you
to
are actually
continue my
watching
investigations without your help.
No. You must forget the business of the clown completely. Go back to being an ordinary tourist, Stobart.
Okay.
So long, Inspector.
That wasn't particularly useful, apart from to tell us that he's off the case.
Do you recognize the man in this photograph?
No, monsieur.
It's the guy who bombed the cafe. The clown.
This man looks nothing like a clown.
He's taken off his grease paint and costume.
Then there is nothing to link this man with the killing.
Nothing?
Look at those murderous eyes.
Hardly likely to get him convicted.
I found this red nose in the sewer.
What were you doing down there?
Fishing for clues. That's where the clown went.
You still insist you saw a clown, monsieur?
Of course. And this
And
novelty
not just
nose
you.
proves it.
It will take more than a plastic proboscis to convince Inspector Rousseau.
You don't want this as evidence, then?
Certainly not, monsieur.
Do you recognize this dirty tissue?
No, monsieur, I do not.
I found it in the sewer.
Perhaps it would be better if you put it back there.
No way. This could be an important clue.
If you say so, monsieur.
Okay, good night, Dark Insanities.
Would you like to shake my hand, Sergeant?
Not while I'm on duty, monsieur. The gesture could be misconstrued.
See you later,
That's
Sergeant.
everything from that. I will not wish Buttercup a Merry Christmas, since I am in fact going round to her place, or at least her mother's place, for Christmas dinner tomorrow. So I will do it then. Okay, so what do I still need to do? I need to find the tailor, don't I? So that means I need a photograph. The obvious thing there would probably be to go back to Nico's place. She has a phone, doesn't she? Yeah, so back to Rougerie. Back in Nico's apartment.
Hi.
Oh, hello.
No, don't wish to talk about any of those things. Just
I
wish to
have
use
to
the
go.
phone.
Okay, I'll see you later.
You're not going to let me use the phone, are you? Okay, right. Can't apparently use the phone there. So, there's a phone at the workman's place outside the cafe. Why I can't just use Nico's phone, I don't know, but apparently I can't.
Hello? Who is this? Hi. My name's George Stobart. You don't know me.
Correct, Mr. Stobart. I don't. What can I do for you?
Well, I'm trying to trace one of your customers. Could I maybe come over and talk to you?
No. No, that's not possible.
Oh, okay. Forget it. Listen, all I want
Greetings,
is a
furs
name.
and gnomes.
What are you talking about? Who are you working for?
I guess you might say I'm acting in the interests of truth and justice.
Ah, thank God. I thought you were the police.
There are innocent lives at stake, Mr. Todrick. Lives that you could save.
You're collecting for charity, yes?
No, I'm not. All I want from you is information.
Go on. I'm listening.
And indeed, I will say Merry Christmas to you, gnomes, since where you are, it is indeed already Christmas, is it not? So, I hope you're having a good day. Yeah, I'm in the same house, but a different room at the moment. I've moved basically everything. I've moved myself entirely into this room while I sort out to move to a flat. I still haven't found a flat to move to, though.
The man I'm looking for is called Khan. He bought a suit from you, remember?
Mr. Khan. Yes, I remember him. Yes, I delivered the suit to his hotel. The Hotel Ubu. I don't remember the room number. It was upstairs. The second room on the right-hand side of the corridor.
Thanks, Todrick. That's all I wanted to know. Now I've
That
got
sounds
you,
good.
Mr. Clown.
That's the kind of cool gamer present that I think everybody deserves. Right, hopefully I now have the Hotel Ubu on my map somewhere. Yes.
The man looked like an amiable Bigfoot.
I had completely
The guy looked
forgotten
just like a weasel.
the hugely cliched, stereotypical gangsters outside the hotel. They are brilliant.
Excuse me.
Yeah?
Do you happen to know a guy named Khan?
That ain't nobody I know.
You ever meet a guy called Plantar?
No, I ain't.
You missed your chance. If you're quick, you'll catch him at the coroner's.
There's a way with words, George.
Have you seen a guy dressed as a clown?
No, I ain't. Don't
pixie?
tell me I missed him. Oh, that's too bad. I love the clowns, don't you?
I've seen daytime television that was funnier.
I love it when the little guys get hurt.
That figures.
Custard pies, hose pipe down the pants, then smack! A plank in the kisser.
I don't really think I want to talk to him about any of
See
these
you later.
other things.
Not if you see me first.
Hey.
Excuse me.
Yes?
Do you know a man by the name of Khan?
No, I don't.
It's very important I get to see him, and
I told you, I don't know it.
have you heard of a guy called Plantar?
No, that name means nothing to me.
I'm looking for a clown.
Are you trying to be funny?
No, I
No, that's
really
the
am
clown- the
looking
clown's
for a
job.
clown.
There are no clowns here except you.
Yeah, again, I don't think I wish to talk to him about any of that other stuff. Can't remember what role they have, but I'm sure it'll be important.
The woman was obviously English. She had all the qualities of Boadicea, Elizabeth I, and Margaret Thatcher rolled into one. It wasn't
Stay
a pretty
the
sight.
hell away from her.
I recognized the guy. It was the Nobel Prize winner from the country whose name I couldn't pronounce.
Is there a receptionist I can talk to, rather than random guests? Yes, I thought there would be.
The clerk wore a disdainful expression, like he'd been born with it. I want some information.
Who are you? The police?
I'm conducting a private investigation.
Ah, I know only too well what you mean. That is one of the drawbacks of the catering business. When people book into an hotel, they leave their morals at home, no?
Do you have a guest by the name of Khan?
No, monsieur. Perhaps you would care to check the register.
The man who calls himself Khan has a scar on his right cheek.
Vraiment? I tell you, I do not know a man named Khan.
Maybe not, but I noticed a change in his expression when I mentioned the scar.
Bum, bum, bum.
Do you know a man named Plantar?
No, monsieur.
I'm looking for a man who dresses like a clown.
This is a highly respectable hotel, monsieur. There are no clowns here.
If you say so. Do you recognize the man in this photograph?
Yes, monsieur. That man is one of our guests.
What name?
I cannot tell you that.
Good. Okay.
There was no one registered under the name of Khan. If the killer was staying here, he'd used a different pseudonym. Hanging from a brass hook was a key and a plastic tag.
Yes, but I'm not going to be able to just pick it up. Let's see if I can find myself a distraction.
Excuse me, didn't I see your picture in the news? You're that Nobel Prize winner from some unpronounceable Eastern European state.
Yes, that is me, in person.
I don't want to worry you, but have you had any threats on your life? You know,
Maybe by a
mysterious
pixie?
phone calls, letters made up of headlines cut from the newspaper.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Do you know a guy called Plantin?
I don't know anybody in Paris.
Oh, well, this guy's dead anyhow.
Why do you ask me about dead men? I have seen enough of death to last me a lifetime.
I'm, sure you have. Have you seen a clown?
I beg your pardon?
The clown. A guy in funny pants. Have you seen him?
My pants are from England. Marks and Spencer. They are a pleasure and a comfort to wear, with much support.
I'm real glad to hear that.
So there
you
you
know,
go.
it's
You've
good to know
learned
you
something
Nobel
in this
Prize
stream.
winners
You know
are
that
human
Nobel
too.
Prize winners
In my
buy their
country,
trousers
the
at Marks and
people make
Spencer's.
do with string and egg cartoons.
For pants?
For everything. Oppression is the mother of ingenuity.
Okay, let's ask about
Do you recognize this man? He calls himself Khan.
Yes, I know this man. Why do you carry his photograph?
I'm a private detective. What's your interest in Khan?
He is an enemy of my people.
You know he's a killer.
Hail to the
Of
king,
course.
baby.
Amongst
Thank you
other
for that
things.
follow, Kronos Chris, and welcome to the channel.
Would you help me investigate Khan?
That is not possible. My instructions are to observe. I cannot jeopardize my position as an honored guest of this country's government.
I am excellent spy. I tell every random person who asks me that I am looking for this man who is enemy of my people. Cannot possibly go wrong with this plan.
Thanks for your help.
I think
Goodbye.
that's going to be getting much more out of him.
Hi there, ma'am.
Well, hello. What can I do for you?
I'm looking for a man.
You disappoint me, my dear. For one foolish moment I thought... But never mind. Aren't you going to tell me your name?
George. George Stobart, ma'am.
How sweet! I once had a stable boy called George. I am Lady Piermont. The common reaction is to kneel
Every
and stutter,
single
but it's not
character in
A
this is
real lady?
completely insane.
I mean,
it's wonderful.
You're an honest-to-God aristocrat?
Oh, I don't know about that. Few of my ancestors are honest, not even to God. I can trace my family back to the Normans, but don't let that intimidate you, George. Beneath that impressive pedigree, I'm just flesh and blood. The blood may be blue, but the flesh is the plump beef of old England, so to speak. You appear distracted, George. Is there any way I can help you?
Well, funny you should say that.
I'm looking for a murderer.
Good heavens!
Do you happen to know any?
You're a private detective.
That's correct, ma'am.
What's the term you Americans use? It's on the tip of my tongue.
I believe what you're thinking of is Dick.
Precisely.
Yeah, nothing in the least bit off about that conversation.
Have you come across a man who calls himself Khan?
I am familiar with only one person named Khan.
Genghis Khan, the legendary Mongol barbarian chieftain?
No, darling. Kevin.
Kevin Khan? I never heard of him.
I'd be most surprised if you had, darling. He's a pharmacist in Hemel Hempstead. Organises fundraising for the Rotarians. Lovely man.
Lovely man.
Does he have a scar on his cheek?
I really wouldn't know, sweetie.
Are you here in Paris on vacation?
No, darling, I'm on holiday. I needed to get away after Algy's funeral.
I didn't realize you were mourning the loss of a loved one.
I'm not. He was my
He
husband.
was my husband. Yeah, that's a mile off thick fog.
I'm sorry to hear about your husband's death.
You wouldn't be if you knew him, my dear. It gave me the opportunity to take a well-deserved holiday. Daphne suggested a change of scenery. Paris, she said. A wild romance is just what you need to take your mind off the inquest. Well, the closest I came to romance was being wooed by a drunken Breton chef. I must say I was disappointed with his coq au vin. Not at all what I was expecting. I was
It's like
thinking
having a
of cutting my
conversation with
holiday
Hinge and
short,
Bracket.
packing my bags and heading back to Hempstead. That was until last night.
And what happened last night?
What happened to you last night?
I was stricken, Mr. Stobart. Cupid's arrow has cleft my bosom.
They couldn't really miss.
It was just as I'd always imagined it should be. The intimacy of candlelight, romantic music tinkling across the room, and then a stranger's glance, those brooding eyes, that suave manner, those tight trousers. He was the man I'd been waiting for all my life.
I'm glad he finally turned up after all these years.
Ah, but it wasn't to be. He was merely toying with my affections. And if I ever catch up with him, he's dead.
Do you recognize the man in this photograph?
My God, it's him! That's Merlin.
She represented everything I loved about the English. The lady was totally deranged. Merlin? You mean King Arthur's wizard?
Good heavens, no! Monsieur Merlin is a fellow guest.
The man you know as Merlin is a fake.
What do you mean, sweetie?
He's a murderer.
He's actually a woman.
He also uses the name Khan.
Oh, yeah, that's it.
I am shocked, Mr. Stobart. Shaken. I took him to be a gentleman, a man of honor. Do you know, I'd rather like to assist you in stitching him up.
When did you last see Merlin?
It was no more than an hour ago. He came downstairs and spoke to that clerk chappie. Something passed hands. I couldn't see what exactly.
A briefcase?
No, smaller than that. A bundle of papers, perhaps. The clerk put it in the hotel safe and Merlin went out.
I was about to say, Mekiador, that no, the British aren't deranged, it's the English that are deranged. But thinking about it, yeah, we're just all deranged in different ways. The English derangement is subtly different from the Scottish derangement and the Welsh derangement, and indeed the Irish derangement, who, while half of them, more than half of them, aren't British, it's still close enough.
Are you sure you saw Merlin putting documents in the safe?
Yes, darling, positive.
I wonder what they were.
Obviously something of great importance.
Yeah. I'd sure like to get my hands on whatever it is. I'll bet they had something to do with Plantow's briefcase. Has Merlin returned to the hotel?
No, he hasn't. Are you going to search his room?
If I could get in there, I would.
The clock for me.
Who was the guy who led you on?
His name is Merlin.
Did you know there's a gangster out front?
What makes you think he's a gangster?
The Italian suit and the bulge in his pocket?
I know plenty of men with Italian suits and bulges in their pockets. That doesn't necessarily make them gangsters.
Oh, she is wonderful.
Do you know what this is?
At a guess, I'd say it was a clown's nose.
That's right. It was worn as a disguise by a vicious killer.
Ah, Mr. Merlin, perchance.
That's him.
Indeed. Okay, I'm going to need a way to get that key, aren't I? I was hoping she would provide me with a distraction, but she has not yet done so. We had a note about which room he was in, didn't we? Did it make it into... Sure, there was somebody said something about which room it was.
The sign on the door read 21.
If the tailor's description was correct, this was the killer's room. The sign on the door read 22.
Right, so that means that now I should be able to confirm that the key over there is the key to room 22, and then be given the option to
Hanging
distract
from a
the clock.
brass hook was a
Maybe.
key and a plastic tag.
No, okay, maybe I need to try and take it before.
Excusez-moi, monsieur.
What?
You were trying to steal that key, no?
No way.
Let's go back and have another word with my compatriots over here. Maybe they will assist me. Now that I've tried to take the key, I might have new options
Hello,
open.
George. What can I do for you now?
Apparently not.
Did I show you this photograph?
Yes, darling.
Does this tissue mean anything to you?
I'm no shrinking violet, but that object makes me feel quite queasy.
I really ought to look up who the voice actress is on this. I swear I know that voice from somewhere.
Hello again. May I shake you by the hand?
I do not shake the hands of imperialist dogs.
Now, that's a real bad attitude problem you've got there.
Okay, so maybe
Thanks for your help.
I need to do something with the gangsters outside then. Since these two don't seem to be able to help me. I've done this bit before, but it was years ago when... Not when the game first
Just a
came
minute,
out, but not long
monsieur.
after.
What's your problem?
No problem, if you cooperate.
What do you want?
Oh, that's
Just a
right,
routine
yes.
security
When you find
check,
whatever you've got to
nothing
find,
to
you have to throw it
worry
out the window
yourself
so that
about.
they don't nick it off you on the way out.
well,
Now I remember
all right.
that.
Search him, Flap.
You bet.
Hey, knock it off. Get off, you big ape.
Nothing, Guido. Zilch.
Our apologies, monsieur.
What? I had to report you to the authorities.
Randir, we are the authorities.
You want I should break his arms?
No. Let him go, Flap.
Okay, pretty sure the only reason to come around here is to pick up the thing that I haven't thrown through the window yet. No, okay, back inside then.
What now, monsieur?
I've just been manhandled by a gorilla.
Yes? I do not see any signs of a gorilla.
No, not a real gorilla. It was a guy who looked like a gorilla. It happened right out front of this building.
Let me get this quite clear. Are you complaining or bragging?
I want to know what you're going to do about it. The scrawny one has a gun.
I suggest you contact the police.
Can't you do anything about them?
What goes on in the streets of Paris is hardly my responsibility.
About the key hanging on the hook over there.
Oui, monsieur.
Which room is it for?
Number 21.
Is that room taken?
No. The guests checked out this morning.
I'd like to retrieve something from your safe.
Ah, oui, monsieur. May I see some form of identification?
Like what?
A driving license, perhaps?
I don't drive.
Your passport?
I don't have it with me. I could show you my operation scar.
I'm sorry, monsieur. I must have some form of unique ID.
You won't find a more unique ID than my scar.
I'm sorry. I must insist on a more traditional identification.
Rats.
I believe Khan, the man with the scar, is also known as Merlin, the man who has taken room 22.
What of it? What do you want?
Access to his room.
Do you have a license, monsieur?
Huh?
A private investigator's license?
Well, not exactly, but I can explain everything.
I am sorry, but without credentials, I cannot help.
Aren't you concerned that your guests are being intimidated by gangsters?
No one else has complained, monsieur. Did they steal anything from you?
Well, no.
Not
they
yet.
didn't find what they were looking for.
What was that?
I don't know. I don't think they did either. I'd like to check into room 21.
That is not possible.
How come? You said it was vacant.
It is reserved for another guest.
Rats.
No, monsieur. Dutch.
I'm not going to make a comment about that being close. I think Badu might still be in chat. Actually, no, she's not, is she? I could have said something. Oh.
I insist you give me the key to Merlin's room.
I cannot do that, monsieur.
This guy Merlin is a menace.
So you say, monsieur.
He's not only a danger to society, but to your guests as well. He has toyed with the affections of Lady Piermont.
Ciel! Are there no depths to which he will not sink?
Precisely. He's already killed once, twice, maybe as many as 3 times. With your help, I just might be able to stop him.
But what if he finds out I have helped you? No, I cannot do it.
Good. Okay, right. Now we've had a conversation about trying to get the key to room 21. Let's have another word with her ladyship. I'm sure
Hi, ma'am.
she's my best bet for a distraction.
Hello, George. What can I do for you now?
Would you distract the clerk while I borrow a
Bingo.
key?
Are you asking me to aid you in a criminal act, darling?
Absolutely.
Oh, no. It's the key to an empty room.
And why, may I ask, do you wish to gain access to an empty room? Do you plan to squat?
No, ma'am.
Scouts honor?
I was never in the Boy Scouts, ma'am.
Oh, you should have been. What were your parents thinking of? It's a fine way for a boy to get licked into shape. Now tell me, why do you want to get into that room?
It's next to the room the killer is using.
Ah, so you plan to eavesdrop on Merlin?
I was hoping there might be a connecting door.
Well, how can I refuse?
Or a convenient window.
I shouldn't think my feminine charms would be much use in this case, but a good dose of English arrogance might do the trick.
It often does. It got us an empire.
I say, you there, flunky?
Oui, madame.
Listen carefully. You do understand English, don't you?
But of course, madame.
Good. I wish to deposit some jewellery for safekeeping.
I understand.
Are you quite certain?
Oh, bien sûr, madame.
Over to you, my dear.
Right, so I've got a key for that door. Oops. If I actually try and use it in the right place.
Maybe it wasn't the right room, but this was the right key.
Okay. Let's have a quick shufty round before I try and go out the window, which I'm pretty certain must be my plan. Can't see how else I'm going to get in next door.
The cabinet was empty, but it smelt of onions. No kidding, it really did.
Yeah, that walk is wonderful, isn't it? Couldn't be more exaggerated if they tried.
There was nothing in the wardrobe apart from a vague, lingering smell of camphor.
Okay, that seems to be me lot. Let's go to the window. Okay.
The bed was several times larger than the narrow cot I'd been given at the place I was staying.
Look under the pillow. Always look under the pillow.
The bed was freshly made, and the crisp white sheets told me nothing about the killer's habits.
I don't look under the pillow.
It was the battered leather briefcase I'd seen Plantar carrying just before he died. I searched the interior of the briefcase, but as I'd half expected, it was empty.
Yes, whatever was in it is in the safe. Can I find some ID from here that I can use to get it out of the safe? Really? Am I not allowed to actually look in?
The closet was a solid, impressive piece of antique furniture.
Nope, apparently that's it. Just opens and closes the door. Right.
The assassin had been too smart to leave incriminating evidence beside his bed.
Curse him. Okay, so far getting up here hasn't really helped me. There are 2 hotspots there by the looks of it.
The closet was a solid, impressive piece of antique furniture. The closet was a solid, impressive piece of antique furniture.
Somehow managing to click on the right one, maybe. I don't know, though. Are there 2, or is that just a ghost of the one that I clicked on to open the door in the first place?
It was Khan. I had the kind of feeling in my stomach that would usually send me running to the bathroom.
Now would be a good time to hide in the closet. Tension, drama.
As Khan opened the wardrobe, I was sure I was dead. But he grabbed his pants quickly and didn't even see me. I didn't usually spy on men getting changed. But this guy was a killer, and I didn't want any surprises.
Adventure,
He left his
excitement,
checkered
partial
pants
nudity,
on the
what more
bed.
can you ask from a stream? And now I can examine his trousers, because that's what I always wanted to do.
I had that kind of feeling you only get from searching still warm pants. There was nothing in the pocket. The pocket was empty.
Well, that's no good.
I flipped the pants over. I found an ordinary matchbook. No matches, no clues. But as I pulled it from the pocket, a strong thread came with it. A thread with a metal tag on the end.
So, a clue then? Not at all the no clues that you said.
I pulled on the metal tag and the thread came out of the pants. It was like pulling out a ripcord. The pocket was empty. I found nothing in the pocket. The matchbook bore a pattern of swirling color and the words Club Alamut.
Yeah. We haven't got enough Templar references in yet. We need to have Club Alamut as well.
I turned the pants over again. I searched the pocket gingerly and found a pass card. It read, Thomas Merlin, Gruber Electronics Corporation.
It is, in other words,
There was
a
nothing
piece
in
of
the
ID.
pocket.
I think we're onto something.
The pocket was empty.
Right, so I think we've exhausted the possibilities of that now. Time to get the stuff from the safe.
There was no one registered under the name of Khan, but the name in the book for room 22 was Merlin.
We know.
What now, monsieur?
Does this pass mean anything to you?
That is Monsieur Merlin's property.
That's right. Merlin the murderer. I want to see what he's left in your safe.
Impossible. I cannot betray his confidence, no matter what you say he's done.
You're making a big mistake.
Maybe I can live with that. A murderer? Are you sure?
Positive. Does this matchbook mean anything to you?
No, monsieur.
Okay. Let's go back to our little friends.
Hello
in the
again.
foyer.
Do you recognize this card?
No, I do not.
Does the name on this matchbook mean anything to you?
Indeed it does, for Alamut was the home of the old man of the mountains. You do not know him?
No, I don't. This is a photo of Khan, right?
That is just one of the names by which he is known.
Thanks for your help.
Goodbye.
Perhaps her ladyship again. She's got something in the safe, so in theory,
Hi,
she'll be
ma'am.
able to nick the
Hello,
whatever he's put in
George.
there.
What can I do for you now?
I found this pass in Merlin's room.
So, that deceitful little man is passing himself off as an electrician, is he?
Uh-huh. This guy probably has a million faces. That gangster I told you about? He went through my pockets just now.
Good heavens! One never knows what to expect in foreign parts. Thank you for the warning, young man. I shall hide my credit cards in my underwear.
Just in case. So far, no good on getting at the safe.
This is the key to room 21.
That's next to the room taken by that rotten Merlin, isn't it?
Yes, and it's vacant.
Really? How convenient.
Maybe it was my imagination, but I had an uncomfortable feeling about this situation. Yeah. I found this matchbook in Merlin's bedroom.
It came from the Club Alamut. It might be useful to find out if that club is in Paris, George.
Yeah. Thanks for the help, Sherlock.
What now, monsieur?
Still want to get into your safe. But I don't have any more options, so forget about that. Will something new trigger by my going outside?
Hold it right there. Search him again, Flap.
Nothing, Guido.
Okay, let him go.
Yeah, I know that when I find whatever I have to find, I have to throw it out of the window, but what the hell have I got to find? And if it is in the safe, how the hell do I get it out of the safe? Did I miss a clue somewhere?
There was nothing in the wardrobe apart from a vague, lingering smell of camphor.
I've looked at everything in here. Do I need to actually come through this way again, or can I now just open the door since I came out of it? Yeah, I can just get back in. Nothing there.
There was nothing else in the pockets of the killer's pants.
Okay.
The assassin had been too smart to leave incriminating evidence beside his bed.
Now, whatever I've got to do clearly isn't there. Okay, let's go for a hint. Yeah, I have the pass card, but the clerk still won't let me into the safe. So I am thinking along the right lines. I am still trying to get into the safe via the pass card. So, how am I going to work this?
Hello again. This is a photo of Khan, right?
That is just one of the names by which he is known.
Do you recognize this key?
No, I do not.
Oh, I've just noticed the time. In 3 minutes, it will be Christmas. I'm going to pour myself a drink in a moment then.
Thanks for your help.
Goodbye.
Hi, ma'am.
Hello, George. What can I do for you now?
I showed the pass to the clerk, hoping he'd give me Merlin's papers.
More to say about
but
the
he wouldn't
pass.
buy it. He's too scared.
I'll give him something to be scared of.
Bingo.
Follow me, George. Did you place a package from Merlin in the hotel safe?
I did, madame.
And did my friend here show you Merlin's identification?
Indeed he did, but...
What's the problem?
He isn't Merlin.
A mere academic detail. Give him the package.
But that is against the law.
I happen to be a justice of the peace, you silly man. I am the law. If he tries anything, shoot him, George.
My pleasure, Lady Piermont.
One moment, please.
You know, I haven't enjoyed myself this much since Greenham Common.
I don't know what I would have done without you, Lady Piermont.
Voilà, monsieur. Le manuscrit de Monsieur Merlin.
Thanks.
How satisfying. An Anglo-American alliance that actually worked.
The clerk had given me a tightly rolled sheet of parchment. I decided not to unroll it until I was safely back in Nico's apartment.
Oh, if you could find whoever is voicing Lady Paramount, I would happily play D&D with her. This is just brilliant. I may have to base an NPC on her in the next game. Right, let's...
It was the ancient manuscript which Khan had stolen from Plantar.
Okay, well, I know I don't want to take that out of the front door, so I suppose I'll throw it out the window. Can I throw it out the window? No, I'm in the wrong room. I've got to throw it out Khan's window. And according to the clock on my computer, it is now Christmas Day here for me. So I have a glass of rather nice Glenlivet. It's the Glenlivet Founders Reserve. Rather nice single malt Scotch whisky, which was a Christmas present from my mother. And now that it is Christmas, I can drink it. Legitimately. So, Merry Christmas to everybody, and thank you for watching my stream. Let's hope that 2017, when it rolls around soon, will be a better year than 2016, and will leave us with rather more of our favourite actors, musicians, and other persons of interest than this year has done. Merry Christmas.
Oh dear,
nice.
What now?
Nothing, Lazarus. That's rather nice. Maybe I've got to go out the window. Oh no, there is a hotkey there. Maybe if I can take it to the right place. No, I think I must have to go out of the window and then drop it. Yeah, absolutely, Horvath. It was an appalling year. Right, can I drop this now?
I knew this
Rumors
was no
of my
way to
death
treat
have
an
been
ancient
greatly
manuscript.
exaggerated.
But I couldn't let
Again.
it fall into the hands of the goons waiting outside.
Awful thing is, of course, that a lot of the bad things that happened this year will have a knock-on after effect into next year, but we'll be able to cope with it a bit better if they leave some of our people alive. Fingers crossed indeed for Carrie Fisher. Let's hope that... I haven't heard any further news about her. Let's hope that she pulls through okay. Was sort of a year of extremes,
Hold
really,
it right
2016,
there.
wasn't it?
Search him again, Flap.
There was some excellent stuff. Rogue One, for example.
Nothing, Guido.
And then again,
Okay.
some
Let
far
him
less
go.
excellent stuff. Right. We have got
If the manuscript
the
was
manuscript,
what Flap and Guido were
and we
after,
are
they
out
were
of the
going to be
hotel.
disappointed.
Progress indeed.
I couldn't wait to get back to Nico's apartment and check it out.
I think that finishes a section.
Hi,
So,
how are you?
Conversation with Nico
hi.
and then another
Come in,
save.
Josh.
Yes, I really should save more often. This will be, what, the second save in the entire thing?
You're just not going to believe what I found.
It's not another part of the clown's costume, is it?
It's a medieval manuscript. Khan left it in the safe at the U-boot.
It's incredible. Is this what he took from Plantar?
It could be, which means it's worth enough to kill for.
Look there, two guys on the same horse.
Oh,
Yes.
yeah. Maybe they couldn't afford one each. What of it?
Have you ever heard of the Knights Templar? Their official seal was an image of two knights sharing a horse. Whatever this manuscript means, it's connected with the Templars.
How come you know about these knights?
I learned about them while writing an article on the Crusades.
How come you know about these knights? I did not grow up under a rock.
This guy, named Hughes de Payen, arrived one day at the court of King of Jerusalem. He offered to protect the Christian pilgrims from the displaced Muslim armies. The king would be able to guarantee safe transit to Christians in the Holy Land, safer journeys,
meant more pilgrims, and pilgrims meant trade and wealth. The Templars proved invaluable to the king as a mercenary army. It was said that they never asked how many the enemy numbered, just where they were. And as the years went by, the Templars grew in wealth and numbers. They were
In fairness, they also asked how much loot they
Even
had.
kings came to them for loans. But at the height of their power, they fell foul of the King of France. He rounded them up and turned them over to the Inquisition. Thousands of Templars were subject to torture and confessed to heresy. Of course, at the hands of the Inquisition, there wasn't much they wouldn't confess to. The last Grand Master Jacques de Molay was burned alive.
Jeez. So the treasure is hidden, waiting to be discovered?
If there ever was a treasure, it's been lost for 600 years. Anyway, we're supposed to be investigating a serial killer, not a medieval treasure trove.
But maybe that's what the clown and his accomplices are after. Maybe this manuscript is the key.
You'd better leave it here for safekeeping.
Let's take another look at the manuscript.
Look there, two guys on the same horse.
Yep, we've had that.
There's a woman looking at her reflection in a mirror, but the reflection has 3 hideous faces.
She reminds me of the wicked queen in Snow White.
She was the one who said, "Mirror, mirror on the wall," wasn't she? She made me cry so much when I was a kid. Mom carried me out of the movie theater.
She didn't frighten
a
me.
hero.
Like I said, I was only a kid. I didn't like the crocodile in Peter Pan either. A knight with a crystal ball. Now, there's something written on the scroll beside the knight.
Yes, but it's written in Latin. Per disciplinam mea lux videbis.
By my teachings, you will see the light.
You speak Latin? Where did you learn a trick like that?
Speak
A trick? I studied law, okay? I can read Latin.
My, you're touchy.
What are the odds on two
Come back
random
again.
people meeting in Paris and both of them speaking Latin?
There's a guy with a sword and a bull.
The only mythological bull I know of is the Minotaur, but he was only half bull.
I don't think I'd like to be half a bull, even if it was the bottom half.
What's that object between them?
It looks like a gem on top of a tripod. There's a guy working on a loom. He's weaving a carpet or a tapestry.
Or a duvet cover? It's a clue to a place, I reckon. Somewhere famed for weaving and ships.
Where folk live in barrels?
It beats copper boxes. Let's face it, we need help, George. Someone who knows about these things.
So are we all
Who do you
clear that we've
suggest?
got
Indiana
4
Jones?
important clues
I
to the
know
rest
a
of the
guy
story
who
there?
specializes in medieval studies. His name is Lobinel.
Huh. Some stuffy old fossil who gets horny over ancient relics, I suppose.
Far from it. Andre isn't the stereotypical professor you have in mind.
Where can I find this Lobino guy?
At the Krön Museum. I'll give you the address.
Okay.
Do you have a boyfriend?
Not anymore. There was someone. A guy in my final year, but it didn't work out. Neither did my degree.
I'm sorry.
I'm not.
Tell me more about your family.
When I was a little girl, I used to spend the winter with my grandfather and grandma. They were the best times, warm and safe in their tiny cottage. My grandfather rolled cigarettes while grandma made hot chocolate and cakes. One day, he stopped his scrolling. He put the lid back on his tobacco jar and took me in his arms. I laughed and wriggled, but he hushed me to be silent. With his unshaven chin all scratchy in my ear, he told me his secret.
What did he say?
He said, "I don't smoke, but she likes to think I do."
What a weird old man.
Don't call my grandfather weird. He was the nicest guy ever. I wish I was back in that cottage instead of this crummy apartment in this noisy city.
I spent all my summers with my grandparents while my father was burning African villages. According to the intro, anyway.
What are you doing to help trace the killer clown?
Research, George.
Yeah? You have a copy of the clown's yearbook?
I have a telephone and lots of contacts.
Oh, well,
Hey,
did
you won't
you
let
find
me use your
anything
phone,
useful?
no, will you?
Not
I have to
yet.
go and steal one from
I'm
the workman.
employing my first and most useful weapon.
What's that?
Patience.
Oh, I've heard of that. Isn't it a substitute for decisive thinking?
Let's not look at the
I found this in the
manuscript
killer's
again.
room.
We know what we're going to find there.
What is it? A credit card?
ID. Thomas Merlin of the Gruber Electronics Corporation.
Never heard of him or the company.
I found this matchbook in the killer's hotel room.
Perhaps you can tell me about the Club Alamut.
It's from the Club Alamut.
Never heard of it. Is
You
there
can-
anything
okay.
written inside it?
No, what were you expecting?
If this was a movie, there'd be a clue, a name or an address. That's no use. There aren't even any matches in it.
Oh well, I'll keep it as a
No, but
souvenir.
we know that Merlin stroke Khan stroke whatever spent time at the Club Alamut, which makes it an important place.
I have to go.
Okay. Don't forget to look for Lobinor at the Kron Museum.
Okay, don't forget to save because you've just got to important stuff. Game successfully saved. And I think having made it through into Christmas Day and just about hitting, according to OBS, just approaching 5 hours of streaming, I will call it a night there. Thank you all for keeping me virtual company on this otherwise very quiet Christmas Eve, and hope that you all have an excellent set of holidays, whatever holidays you may happen to honour at this time of year, whether they be religious, secular, or just a good opportunity to get drunk. Have fun with it, and hopefully I will see you all again on another stream very soon. I'm thoroughly enjoying this game, so I think I will carry it on. I wasn't sure whether I was going to when I started, but I think I will continue playing this. So keep an eye out for a further stream of this coming probably in the new year, but you never know. I may well find time in the next week if I'm not too busy packing stuff up. That's the wrong button. That's the right button. And good night again.
Call it Christmas if you wanna. Call it Crimbo. Call it Yule. Call it Noel. If it helps it go well, doesn't matter, long as it's cool. Call it Eidul Adha if you'd rather. Or the festival of the unconquered sun. Call it Kwanzaa if anybody wants to. It's not important, long as it's fun.